Hello, good
Hello,
morning.
morning. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the largest gathering of Empowered Tech Filipinas in the Philippines, International Women's Day Philippines 2021, Courage to Create. My name is Rosemary Teves from GDG Cebu, and I'm joined by Joanna. I think your mic is not working.
Is it working now?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. I'm Joanna from GDG
Yeah, and I'm Hannah from DSA UST3. Hello, hello, good morning, everyone.
Hi, guys.
Good morning. With the pandemic and everything, it is one of the challenging times of the entire world, but it's also an opportunity to gather. Imagine the whole Philippines celebrating women tech makers together today. So we are from three different locations, and I'm so happy to share the stage today with two awesome ladies. And before I forget, if you're in the live stream, make sure to chat, say hi, state your name, where are you from, what are you feeling today. Before we proceed to our first speaker, I just want to ask Hannah, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling excited because there are a lot of speakers that we should really look forward this day.
Yes,
Yeah, same. Like, I've been waiting for this day, actually.
yeah, it's actually amazing. We have two tracks in the afternoon, which is something that you need to take note of. We have Flutter, we have I Am Remarkable. We also have a special stage later for a fire chat where you can ask questions to our Women Tech Makers ambassadors. And if you're not from the Philippines, we're also joined by a lot of empowered women, and this event was made possible by joining of six different chapters. So we will give a shout out to all our six chapters today. But before I forget, make sure to fill out the survey form, the Accenture survey form that we shown earlier. You can also see it on the chat because you'll be raffling out awesome prizes. Can you tell us more about the prizes, Joanna?
Oh, we'll be having, you guys can have a Google Home Mini, 100 peso Grab or Food Panda voucher, 200 peso Grab food or Food Panda voucher, and also 500 peso Street Buy voucher exclusive for Mindanao area only, sponsored by Innovio Solutions Inc.
Awesome, awesome. And then, can you share the official hashtags naman, Hannah? Para they can share their experience online.
Yeah, the official hashtags is hashtag IWD, hashtag GDG, hashtag WTM, hashtag Courage to Create, and hashtag IWD21.
Awesome. Now you know the gist, guys. Tweet away, post away, and use that hashtags. And we officially start off the show. Let me call on the girl of the hour, or the lady of the hour, I mean. The IWD21 PH event lead from Google Developers Group, CDO, Miss Estela Bravo. Let's give her a big, big hand virtually, guys.
Sorry, sorry. I hope you could hear me now. And hello, everyone. Welcome to our IWD 2021 Philippines with the theme Courage to Create. As you may all know, this is a collaborative effort of both six GDGs and WTM's chapters here in the Philippines: Baguio, Bacolod, Cagayan de Oro, Cebu, Manila, and Zamboanga. I am pleased to be able to welcome those of you that have been with us for some time now, as well as those of you who are new to our WTM events. I hope with this initiative, we will be able to help you with your projects that you're aiming to create this year. So, together, let's gain knowledge, celebrate, and have fun and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Estella. And that's it. We kicked off IWD 2021. And before I hand you over to our keynote speaker, I just want to remind everyone that it's a Saturday and you are joining us today. So give yourself a big pat on the back because we are here live and alive in all different platforms such as YouTube, Facebook, and you can also check out our social media updates if you're on the run. Now, on to our keynote speaker. This keynote speaker is actually pretty close to my heart because, I haven't been home for the past, I don't know, a year and a half probably. And she's from my hometown, the city of Smiles, Bacolod. She is a catalyst for jobs and opportunities in the countryside and an advocate for information and communication technology, or ICT. She was named as the one of the Outstanding Woman in National Science, or TOWNS awardee in the field of ICT, and co-founded the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, or NICP. She's also a city councilor for the past 9 years, and her talk is all about the importance of understanding, using, and promoting innovation mindset and design thinking concepts in building relevant, responsive, effective, and inclusive solutions to real-life problems and challenges with the use of new technologies. Let's welcome the founder of the Design Thinking Factory, Attorney Giselle Batapa Sige.
Am I on cue? Hi, hello, great morning to all of you. Frances, thank you for the introduction. And to all the beautiful women of the GDG community, thank you very much for this invitation. Let me just take out this one bit of, all right. Okay, so there. I hope you can all see my deck. It's my privilege to be part of the Women Tech Makers event as the keynote speaker. Of course, I will be the one to set the tone and to inspire our watchers out there, our viewers, not only here in the community of GDG, but also those who are watching us on Facebook and YouTube. To all of you, a pleasant morning. So my goal today is to really inspire everyone to continue on watching until the end of this event, because today I am joined by amazing young women who are doing their best to help create and design a future that the young generation and us also in the older generation would like to see. So what is designing a digital future all about? Maybe many of you will think it's all about technology, it's all about high-tech stuff. It's not. It's not that. Let me explain to you my vision of a digital future. How do I envision a digital future, or a future that will be part of the deck that I'll be sharing with you in this event? But then again, before we actually, come to envision what we want for the future, first let us determine where we are today. And I have this video to show everyone.
The original Industrial Revolution was driven by the discovery that you could use steam engines to do all kinds of interesting things.
That was followed by additional revolutions for electricity and computers and communications technology. We're now in the early stages of the fourth industrial revolution, which is bringing together digital, physical, and biological systems.
One of the features of this fourth industrial revolution is that it doesn't change what we are doing, but it changes us.
We need a different economic model that will allow us to meet the basic needs of every human on the planet, and that will be focused not on growth per se, but on maximizing human well-being.
We have energy technologies that can power our civilization, but how do we get it and implement it at the scale we need at a price that people around the world can afford?
If we're able to do something to transform cities, to make them more efficient, then the impact can be huge.
We can use asset tracking, we can use IT, we can use 3D printing to decouple growth from the resource constraints we have.
The question of adding quality to quantity, it's really about a diverse, safe, healthy, and just world with clean air, clean water, clean energy.
Together we are fighting to preserve our fragile climate from irreversible damage and devastation of unthinkable proportions.
The prediction of 5 million jobs lost by 2020 to technology is serious, but the main question is, how will we define work? How will we share the wealth?
How can you have a doctor that really knows a lot about data? How can you have a biologist that knows about medicine?
We have to create a space that enables people to think freely, to think divergent thoughts, to think creative thoughts.
We really need new education or new training.
We're working with a World in Motion and First Robotics, trying to encourage students from third grade all the way up through the end of high school to pursue science, math, and different technologies.
It's this ability of digital technology to change outcomes, to truly empower people that can create a more equitable growth.
Fourth industrial revolution has the potential to make inequalities visible and to make them less acceptable in the future.
I was the first person in the world to be able to voluntarily move my legs while stepping in a robot. The cure will be possible if enough of the right people have the will to make it happen.
We're seeing this incredibly exciting convergence of genome editing, DNA sequencing. Governments have a very important role to play in enabling the safe and effective use of technologies.
We need to take responsibility at every level of society to adapt to these technological challenges, which are redefining what it means to be completely embedded in this world.
Even though we have everyday problems we have to solve, we have to find a way to lay the foundations for the innovations of tomorrow.
All right, so thank you very much for that video. Now we are in the fourth industrial revolution. After having passed the stage of the first industrial revolution, where we had steam engines, and the second revolution, industrial revolution, where we had factory lines, and of course the third industrial revolution, where we had the computing age. Now we are in the age of connectivity. But the fourth industrial revolution is more than just technology. It's more than just digital. It's about resilience. We are connected, but that connectivity is not the end, but the means for us to all collaborate and to co-create. It is no longer just about technology. The future is about innovation. It's about much more. It's about data. It's about data analytics. It's about the impact of having a huge amount of data to base our decisions from and to create the future that we want to through the systems that we design. It's all about processes, business models, organizational structures. This time we have to disrupt our business models, our organizational structures that we usually have and traditionally have in the past. It's about upskilling, reskilling as we do now, and creating these platforms for learning new skills as what we do now in GDG. We can design the future, but not just any kind of future. I guess everyone will agree with me. It must not be just any kind of future. It must be a healthy, integrated, and sustainable future. So, what do we say when we are connected? And when connectivity is simply not just connectivity, that we are all in the internet, we are online. This data from We Are Social will show us that of 7.83 billion people in the world today, 5.22 billion are actually online and unique mobile phone users or unique mobile phone users. 4.66 billion are internet users and 4.20 billion are active social media users. This amount of time is staggering. It's amazing to see that we are actually connected. But the question is, how do we use this connectivity to create productive this productivity, to generate jobs, to generate opportunities for our young people? And that's what we are tasked to do as innovators, as leaders in our own field. You, especially those who belong to the Generation Y and Generation Z, because the future is in your hands. How would you use this power of connectivity to create a difference in your own spheres of influence? Imagine that of the six, you know, of the time that we spend in the internet, the average from among major countries is 6.54 or 6 hours and 54 seconds. That's the daily time spent using the internet by people aged 16 to 64. And in this graph, you'd be amazed to see that the Philippines holds the number one spot. Filipinos on the average spends 10 hours and 56 seconds in the internet, connected in the internet by different devices, whether we are watching movies or playing games or simply making calls through internet platforms. Yeah, on the average, 6.56 hours are spent by Filipinos in the internet. And how much time do we spend on social media? The average hour spent by the world in social media is around 2 hours and 25 seconds. But again, the Philippines holds the title of having the most number of time spent on social media, and that's 4 hours and 15 seconds. You just imagine that power, that huge amount of time we put into being connected with the world. To, if we translate that into productivity, into collaboration, into integration of systems and creativity. So what are the impact of this digital transformation that we are faced with? Normally, in a full length lecture session, I would explain digitization, digitalization, digital transformation. But in this case, I will make an exception because I know that our community is comprised of people who are already advanced in so far as their digital knowledge is concerned. So I'll jump into explaining how this digital transformation will change our lives and focus on these four key areas. Digital transformation is going to disrupt how we work, how we manage our workplaces, how we do and perform our tasks as workers. Today, we have this work from home concept, which is really thriving because of COVID 19. Business process is also a thing that has been here for the last 2 decades since I started this campaign on ITBPO, where companies look for locations where they can actually maximize the resources by tapping on specific skill sets in that particular country. Consumer behavior is changing. Most of us now, if we have not experienced ordering food online, has been doing that because of this pandemic. Lifestyle is changing. I am talking to you. I know a lot of you are listening out there, but I don't actually see you physically. I am just conducting this talk online. So that's a lifestyle change for many of us. Digitalization, which is an aspect of innovation, is also going to create a lot of things. It will impact a lot of things. I am proud to say that part of my advocacy is really helping and reaching out to startups and MSMEs. And we inspire people to adopt digitalization because this will open a lot of things for them. It will make them do more with less. And there are opportunities for collaboration and partnership, especially with new markets, and of course, a huge amount of customer engagement, which is the essence of digitalization. What are the major technologies? Today, you will be listening to some of them or most of them, but in the digital world, we have big data, we have Internet of Things, we have AI, cloud computing, which is a staple ever since. So we are here with these resources, with this new technology. The question is, how will we use it to our advantage in designing the future? So technology is not just about, our future is not just about technology, as I mentioned. It's also about innovation. And innovation is not simply saying that this thing is new. Innovation is not new. It's adding value. It's adding, you know, benefit, leveraging on technology to improve lives, just like this bag where we used to carry, now we use just to roll it. So because somebody invented the wheeled bags. So basically innovation is about value creation. It's no longer what we do. Oftentimes we brag about what we do, but now people and the world is looking at how we do it. Yes, we are all probably doing a lot of things, and many of us are doing the same things, but how we do it is where the innovation can be found. For example, sharing now with you my personal story, we were talking about how governments deliver their services in some 9 years ago, in 2012 to be particular. So when I was president of NICP, we were discussing things with the ILG. How do we encourage government to do things exponentially or differently such that it creates exponential results? It's faster, less corruption. So we said we should help them automate. So how do we do it? We'll give awards for local government units who are doing these things in order to improve their delivery of public services and to engage their private citizens and business stakeholders. So as part of this concept in 2012, where we started the eGov Awards, it ran for 6 years. I handled it for 6 years as chairman. Then finally, the Department of ICT and the Department of Interior and Local Government adopted it such that today it's called Digital Cities, or 2 years ago it was Digital Cities, and today it's called Digital Governance Awards. So this is something that will show you that innovation is not about just doing things. It's about doing things in a more faster and efficient way. It's also about not necessarily value chains and looking into value chains, but also we're simply creating or basically creating innovation ecosystems where everyone will find the role and task to complement one another towards creating and building an innovative future. So one of the stories I'd like to share with you is how I started or designed this module called the multi-stakeholder approach towards ICT jobs and investments. The goal of this module through the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines is to bring jobs not which are all simply at the time some 10 years ago going to the Metro Manila area or NCR. So finally, we said, why don't we push in the countryside to create opportunities and jobs as well for us? And so we created this multi-stakeholders collaboration because we know that it takes a whole village to attract jobs and generate investments. So the model is to bring together government support, human resource and talent development, real estate and infrastructure, where we push real estate owners to create IT parks and IT buildings, and of course, looking at business environment and costs. And these are all the key factors for a successful IT BPO country location. So now I'm happy to report to you that of the 1.3 million IT BPO jobs in the Philippines, almost half of that are now located in the different cities and provinces, Cebu, Bacolod, Iloilo, Cagayan. The jobs are already in the countryside because we opted not necessarily simply to market our locations, but to create innovative ecosystems such that these jobs and opportunities will actually, on their own, deliberately go and locate in the countryside. So what are the threats? The threats include rapid pace of Industry 4.0. As we speak today, we probably are already in the 4.5 stage. Sadly, there's a slow rollout of infrastructure. Internet is still a challenge. Connectivity is still a challenge. Our cost for connectivity is higher compared to our neighboring Asian countries. So now I think the government is doing a lot of things in that area. We also have vulnerability in the age of information. I think in your community in GTG, you've been also exposed to trainings about cybersecurity, about data privacy. If we are as vigilant as we are in the traditional world, we also need to be vigilant in the internet, in the virtual world. And of course, the problem that's really looking at us in the eyes is the lack of new skills. As an advocate for IT jobs, I am happy to share that in 2019, I was invited by Senator Sani Angara to join his digital transformation team. And I am happy to say that I have helped craft around 6 bills about digital transformation, creation of science and technology parks, creating platforms for quality apprenticeship. But best policy probably I've worked on is the digital workforce bill that is now currently pending in the Senate. So the goal is really to take a look at what skills do we need in order to move forward to the future. And finally, one of the threats that we need to address is the lack of innovation mindset and platforms. That is why we are doing this activity, because we need to change mindsets. We don't just need to change technologies, we need to change mindset. So, what will be or how will the jobs for the future or of the future look like? Let's take a look at this.
COVID-19 is one of the biggest crises of our time. It has impacted every single one of us, shaken our social systems, and disrupted every sector of our economies. The automation of work, combined with a global recession, led workers to lose their jobs at an accelerated pace compared to previous years. And this trend is expected to continue. The ongoing shift in the division of labor between humans, machines, and algorithms might displace 85 million jobs worldwide in the next 5 years, while 97 million new roles, ones that are more adapted to this new task distribution, may emerge. By 2025, companies expect to displace roughly 6% of their total workforce. 1 in 2 workers will need reskilling, and those remaining in their current roles will need to update 40% of their skill set to adapt to the changing labor market. There is a way to collectively benefit from these challenging times. Decades of research have shown that the most valuable asset of any economy or company is its human capital. Around the globe, companies are already experiencing a shortage in relevant skills for future roles and are investing in reskilling and upskilling their workforce. By 2025, organizations say they will train over 70% of their employees to ensure they can smoothly transition into the jobs of tomorrow. These include DevOps engineers, artificial intelligence specialists, digital marketing managers, talent acquisition specialists, and customer success specialists. It will take on average between 2 weeks and 5 months for workers to pick up new skills, allowing them to move into these new roles. But data shows they won't need to have the perfect skill set to start transitioning. While 2/3 of employers expect to get a return on investment in employees' reskilling programs within just 1 year, governments will also need to step in to update and fund education and training systems, and to ensure displaced workers have adequate safety nets. With purposeful leadership and collaboration, we can turn this global crisis into a unique opportunity to transition into a future of jobs that is inclusive, fair, and sustainable.
All right, so again, there is that need for purposive leadership, for collaboration. As mentioned in the video, it needs to be a concerted effort amongst all the stakeholders. Government should step up. Private sector should invest more in upskilling. Industry should pay it forward. The educational sector must do their job in upscaling their offerings has to be in cadence or in the rhythm that is demanded by the industry today. So, what are the skills that we need? In the fourth industrial revolution, we cannot just simply be jack of all trades. Certifications is now very valuable. It's not just about your diploma. As mentioned in the video earlier, you don't need to have all the skills required in the fourth industrial revolution or in your particular work. You just need to have the entry level skills and the interest to learn and upskill as you move towards or as you go towards your professional journey. So basic digital skills is very important. That's why we're creating, by way of legislation, a citizens digital framework where everyone can actually determine which level of digital skills does he or she possess, whether basic digital skills like web search skills, online communication, using mobile platforms, even a delivery or logistics driver would need basic digital skills in order to manage the mobile platform to successfully deliver food right at our doorstep. You also have mid-level digital skills. This include graphic design, marketing, desktop publishing, social media management, and other skills that are not necessarily basic and things that you need to be trained for or you should have exposure for in order to reach a certain level. Then you have, of course, advanced digital skills, which now are involved in creating, managing, and testing and analyzing ICTs. So many of you here are part of the GDD community, who are part of the GDD community, may be exposed to coding, software and app development, network management, cybersecurity, and of course, blockchain technology. The fourth industrial revolution created a new language for all of us where we need more skilled people to work on. So these are the advanced skills, but on top of all these digital skills, we also need to harness and still enhance, in fact, enhance more our soft skills, which shall work complementary to our technical or digital skills. These are professional skills that will allow us to be collaborative and effective in our workplace in this digital economy. Leadership is an important skill, and I believe that everyone in this session today watching us are leaders in their own spheres of influence. If you are a leader, you need to be able to communicate either verbally, creatively, the direction that you wish for your constituency or followership to take. Teamwork is important. The hierarchical barriers in the past are no longer applicable today. A CEO usually also works with a CFO or especially a CTO. A CTO is currently already a chief level or a C level position. And when I say CTO, I mean Chief Technical Officer. So collaboration and teamwork, the blurring of hierarchical positions, those are the characteristics of the new ecosystem or world that we are moving in today. So, we can design the future. This is the third part of my talk. We can design the future. But I guess everyone will agree with me that it cannot be any kind of future. Otherwise, we were all, heading for destruction. That future must be sustainable. So I am also, by way of a story, I am also now thankful that this pandemic gave me the opportunity to nourish more my right brain because I have been using my left brain a lot as a lawyer, as a teacher. I rely more on logic, on numbers, on facts, on laws, on jurisprudence. But because of the pandemic, we took a step backwards, and realized that we need to survive this crisis in a more creative way. So we made use of our right brain, our color, our stories, our creativity. And that's why I'd like to share with you very briefly the this movement, this social technology that I have been promoting for about 2 years now, which unconsciously I have been adopting in my journey as a leader. Design thinking is a human-centered approach, and I'm very glad that some of the speakers will actually specifically touch on design thinking as an innovation tool that makes us more empathic, more open to understanding what our customers and consumers need rather than just focusing on what we want to offer to them. So, these needs of our stakeholders, of our people, of our followers, of our constituents are integrated into the design of our technologies, even the design of our business processes. And of course, this design thinking approach can also be used in actually designing the future that we want for ourselves in the spheres of influence where we are moving. So, what are the senses? What are the abilities that we need in order to apply design thinking in designing the world that we want? According to Dan Pink, the whole of in his book A Whole New Mind, there are 6 abilities that matter most. First is design. As mentioned earlier, the ability to draw insights and feedback and real life um, points and the suggestions from our stakeholders to build solutions. Then we have story. Storytelling is a very potent means of communication today where you draw your stakeholders to your own story and allow them to also share their stories to create solutions. That's why my presentation today is also in the form of storytelling. Sympathy is important. The ability to collaborate with others and to know what task or what responsibility should you perform in consonance with the task and responsibilities of other stakeholders, so that you create an orchestrated result, a symphony. Empathy is also very, very important. As a leader, we should step into somebody else's shoes, our our stakeholders' shoes, our consumers' shoes. So we walk their journey and understand what needs to be improved insofar as our products are concerned. Play is important. We need to have a sense of humor. We cannot be, very serious all the time. We gamify solutions. We create joyfulness, as described by Dan Pink, in the workplace because of our creativity. Creating solutions is not a boring job. It could also be an opportunity to play. And meaning is important. Why did you, or what is the reason why you woke up today? It's not just part of a mechanical act. There has to be a reason why you want the day to be successful. We live a life of purpose. We live a life of meaning. So if we are able to harness the 6 abilities, then I guess we are ready and equipped to design the future that we want. So now, my last video, may I ask the technical to play, is my personal advocacy of the kind of future that I wish to see.
And will be around for many more. In the living world, there's no landfill. Instead, materials flow. One species' waste is another's food. Energy is provided by the sun. Things grow, then die, and nutrients return to the soil safely. And it works. Yet as humans, we've adopted a linear approach. We take, we make, and we dispose. A new phone comes out, so we ditch the old one. Our washing machine packs up, so we buy another. Each time we do this, we're eating into a finite supply of resources and often producing toxic waste. It simply can't work long term. So what can? If we accept that the living world's cyclical model works, can we change our way of thinking so that we too operate a circular economy? Let's start with the biological cycle. How can our waste build capital rather than reduce it? By rethinking and redesigning products and components, and the packaging they come in. we can create safe and compostable materials that help grow more stuff. As they say in the movies, no resources have been lost in the making of this material. So what about the washing machines, mobile phones, fridges? We know they don't biodegrade. Here, we're talking about another sort of rethink, a way to cycle valuable metals, polymers, and alloys so they maintain their quality and continue to be useful beyond the shelf life of individual products. What if the goods of today became the resources of tomorrow? It makes commercial sense. Instead of the throw away and replace culture we've become used to, we'd adopt a return and renew one, where products and components are designed to be disassembled and regenerated. One solution may be to rethink the way we view ownership. What if we never actually owned our technologies? We simply licensed them from the manufacturers. Now, let's put these two cycles together. Imagine if we could design products to come back to their makers, their technical materials being reused and their biological parts increasing agricultural value. And imagine that these products are made and transported using renewable energy. Here we have a model that builds prosperity long term. And the good news is, there are already companies out there who are beginning to adopt this way of working. But the circular economy isn't about one manufacturer changing one product. It's about all the interconnecting companies that form our infrastructure and economy coming together. It's about energy. It's about rethinking the operating system itself. We have a fantastic opportunity to open new perspectives and new horizons. Instead of remaining trapped in the frustrations of the present, with creativity and innovation, we really can rethink and redesign our future.
All right, so we can rethink and redesign our future with creativity and innovation. For my part, this is how I help and promote the circular economy advocacy. Last year, about a year ago, or in May of 2020, because of the frustration I felt about the pandemic and the need that I see around me, I started the Bacolod Barter community. And in a span of just several weeks or months, our membership grew. A lot of people felt that the online barter system needed to be revived because of its benefits. But when I conducted the survey, sometime in the middle of the progression of the online barter communities in the Philippines, a big number of respondents say that bartering allowed them to reuse, recycle, and upcycle whatever things that they considered as waste before, so that it becomes valuable to other people, so that we remove these items from our waste bins, and we prevent them from becoming waste into still being useful. So after a few weeks, I'm happy to share with you that about 170 other cities also reached out and said they are creating their own online barter communities. They wanted to also replicate the rules and mechanics that we follow. There are also online barter communities which did not necessarily reach out to me, but I know they're all out there, not only in the Philippines, but also outside of the Philippines, managed and administered by Filipinos who are out to help their kababayans in the different parts of the world. So our motto, aside from helping the circular economy advocacy, is to really spread kindness rather than the virus. It's actually a solidarity to spread kindness through bartering. And today, I guess many of you might have heard that and might have even actually already experience bartering in your own local communities. So, since this is my story, again, how do I envision the future? I guess you will ask that. So, let me share with you how my future will look like. It's a future where environment and natural resources like trees, animals, the seas, solar energy is harnessed and connected to human beings. As human beings, we cannot separate ourselves from our environment. Even if for many years and decades now, we have been consumers that destroy our ecosystem, we need to rethink the kind of progress that we want in the future. So this is the vision. This is my vision of the future. This is my day vision of the future. And here is my night vision of the future. Okay. So last night, I didn't have a single slide to present. And so I said, how should I start my talk today? I said, maybe I'll draw something. And this is what I came up with. My vision of a daytime world and my vision of a nighttime world. Finally, I leave you with this inspiration as women, as young girls. Last March 8th, during the celebration of the International Women's Month, I created this visualized poem, which, describes and gives advice and value to women. To all the women members of GDG, I inspire you to know your worth because every one of us has a role to play, has a value in our community. O, wearing my legal hat, nobody owns you. Technically, legally, except that we all belong to our maker. And then M, make your mark. No matter how small or big, no one can tell you. Just make your mark in this world. A, dare to achieve. Always remember, you can achieve whatever you think with the help of everyone around you. And finally, my best advice is embrace your nature. Let's not be, inferior about the fact that we are women. We are women. And we have characteristics that are not found in men that we need to embrace because it gives us more strength. Acceptance will give us more strength, knowing what we can do, knowing what we are capable of. Finally, if we are to be leaders of the future, to design a future that we envision, we need to realize that we cannot remain as transactional leaders. Leaders who only create things because they're asked to do it, or there is no significance or value behind doing it. Let us all strive to become transformational leaders. Transformational leaders are those who, by their acts, influence, decisions, and ideas, sometimes or oftentimes, unknowingly, even unconsciously, help transform the society into a better society than before. Thank you very much for attention. I've shared my story. So will other amazing tech makers today share their story? Please listen to them. I know you'll gain a lot of insights from them. And please share your story too. The future is exciting because we can design it. There's a lot of opportunities to be part of this new future. As GDG Tech Makers slogan today says, let's have the courage to create. We have and should have the courage to create because I fervently believe that there is divine wisdom that is guiding us all to create this future. You can reach out to me through my handles and also follow me on my URL and my Facebook page. Adamo, salamat, maayong aga sa tanan.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your knowledge about designing a digital future, attorney. We'll just have a few questions for you to answer. What's the best way we can prepare to the computer age?
Okay, so as I mentioned in my presentation, we need to upskill and reskill. We need to understand what the jobs of the future require. If you are a worker, if you plan to create a successful career in the future, you need to understand how to improve your skills. You also need to know the critical soft skills that the future needs, like collaboration, critical thinking, problem solving abilities, and you need to reach out to your peers because this is such an opportunity to learn from your peers. Peer learning is very important. In the IT space, we also have incubators and accelerators that provide you with actual experiences on how the world of technology works and how you can create solutions for the future.
Yeah, thank you. Our next question would be, um, with the pandemic, how can we help as people in tech?
Um, all right. So the pandemic actually changed a lot of things. In several surveys that I have encountered, the adoption for digitalization has dramatically increased. In the past, people would necessarily shy away from using technology, from using gadgets that they're not familiar with. So, my advice specifically for our young tech makers is to be a catalyst of technology and innovation to people who might not be very familiar with the use of it. I think GDG now can play a very important role in serving as catalyst for innovation in their respective communities. You can do some, virtual lectures or sharing with segments of society that are not so familiar with technology. You can help your local MSMEs or small and medium enterprises. You can organize hackathons, peer sharing, and startup events in your own areas so that you help bring awareness and knowledge about digitalization.
Okay, we'll just have a few more questions left. Um, how do we unlock new collaborations for innovation during this pandemic time? Just like you po, when you thought of utilizing FB page in creating the Bacolod Barter community.
You need to observe. That's very important. One of the skills that I have probably, although I do not belong to your generation, is my ability to really observe what is happening. And when you observe what is happening, don't be frustrated about it. Okay? Because when you see a lot of negative things that are happening around you, our tendency is to be sad, is to be frustrated, is to be emotionally attached. No, look at it as an opportunity to create solutions. Spot the problem, try to take a look at what is the difficulty behind the things that are happening. Like in my case, for 3 months, I cannot go out. I cannot buy my own shampoo. I have to ask my husband to buy my shampoo and toiletries. And normally, he doesn't buy what I want. He just picks whatever is available in the grocery store. Secondly, we don't have enough money because of the stoppage of work during the pandemic. So I said, if you don't have money, probably you have properties and items that are valuable that can secure for you food that you need to eat. So you have clothes that are no longer worn, gadgets that are no longer, used. No? I have three slow cookers. I have two turbo broilers. So I exchanged one or two of them, which I do not use, for eggs, for meats, for milk, for vegetables, and I was able to obtain things through bartering. So try to take a look at what is needed and try to design solutions that are workable and efficient. And most of all, I would like to say, please prototype. Do not feel like, do not always think like I am afraid to fail. No? Do it, test it. If you fail, make it a lesson for you to improve your idea.
Okay. Our next question, please. Why do we need to have a purpose in creating solutions?
Okay, you are referring to the Dan Pink model of having a purpose. It's
Yeah.
very important to have a purpose so that your solutions will become relevant. You cannot create solutions with no objectives, with no, success indicators, or with no deliverables. Okay, um, you create solutions because you want to solve something. Even that is already a purpose. When you solve something, that will impact another person's life. I have to stress this very carefully. A lot of us in the tech society, in the tech world, usually are so in love with our solutions. We say, oh, this is good, this will work. But the point is, there are users at the end or at the other side of the table who will use it, who might not even find value or usefulness for what solution you have created. My advice to all the women tech makers out there, co-create. Co-create. When you create solutions, do not think that you have all the answers. Because at the end of the day, when you adopt the design thinking approach, you will realize that these discordant voices around you who are questioning your solutions are even valuable to creating a more efficient and effective solution at the end of the day. So, the purpose will not necessarily come from you as a solution maker. The purpose will come from each of your user. Every one of them will find purpose in the solutions that you have created for them.
Okay. Can we have the next question? Oh, this is the last question for you. How would I encourage other women to get into tech?
Well, I think the fact that I have been in the advocacy for digitalization for the last 15 years is a tool, is a way for me to continuously encourage young people to go into technology. So um, very clearly, my suggestion is let us all scale up as members of the GDG community to become not only users of tech, but also advocates of tech and also catalysts and integrators of different sectors of our community. We must tell people that it's not about technology, it's about creating solutions. It's about designing a future that is sustainable, integrating technology with environmental conservation, with MSME or business enterprise empowerment, with even human rights advocacy, and even just a simple online bartering, which does not really need very complex technology, just a social media platform. All these things can help build the kind of future that we want for ourselves.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you for answering our questions, and we are honored and pleased to have you in this event.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
Our next speaker for today will be sharing about 3 years in what I've learned in startup leadership. Um, Before tech, she helped workers organize unions, worked on political campaigns, and she also built government programs to train people for better jobs. Now, she runs a product for a company that helps reunite missing pets with their families and advise a company expanding access to COVID-19 vaccine. In her free time, you can find her rock climbing or napping with her dog Bo. Let's all welcome Shadow's Head of Product and Operations, Lee Shapiro.
Hey everyone, thank you to the WTM, GDG, and the organizers for inviting me and putting together this incredible conference. Thank you so much for such an awesome keynote speech. I am inspired and just ready to get out there and design our future, make a difference. And it just makes me even more excited to talk about how we, people in tech on the ground are going to help do that, help shape the future. And so what I'm going to do is take it down to the personal level. How do we get from where we are now, excited, ready to make change, to actually making it happen, achieving our goals? I'm going to share my story. You guys heard a little bit about my background. 3 years ago, I left government. I worked in City Hall in New York City as chief of staff to the chief of staff to the mayor. And when I left for the tech field, it was a huge change. The past environments I'd worked in were very structured. Salary tiers, job titles, dress codes. Now in tech, everyone was wearing hoodies. There were dogs in the office. On a more serious note, I'd also left an environment where women and people of color made up the majority of people who I saw in leadership. And when I moved to tech, I was an outlier. Since those 3 years, I've moved up from working in operations, leading a customer support team, to running product. I make decisions about what we build and how, about what features we keep and which we don't. I manage our design team, our technical consultants, and operations team. And yet, when I was asked to give this talk, I thought to myself, me? Are you sure? I didn't think anybody would be interested. I wondered if I would have enough to say. I felt my public speaking skills weren't good enough. I was nervous. I am nervous right now. And what I did was I took a step back and I said, okay, this feeling that I'm feeling right now is actually very familiar. This is the feeling that I've had every time I was asked to take on a new responsibility, manage someone who I thought was really smart and capable, take on a new job that had a lot of, responsibility and was really important. And so I looked into this feeling and I found that actually I was really far from alone, that this is something that's really common, that probably some people in the audience have felt too. 75% of women executives have experienced imposter syndrome. So let's break that down. 75%, 3 out of 4 of women executives. So these are women who, not only are capable, but they are recognized as such. They have made it into the leadership of their companies. They are in the C-suite, and yet they too are still feeling imposter syndrome. And imposter syndrome is defined as feelings of inadequacy or self-doubt. It's feeling like you're not good enough, or feeling like someone else would do a better job than you, that at any moment people are going to find out that you're a fraud, that you are not as strong and smart and capable as you are. And of course, if you are a woman of color, that is all magnified. So what I want to talk about today is how to overcome this challenge and others, and really feel ready to live up to all of our potential and all of our talent, even if it doesn't always feel possible, even if it feels kind of scary. Some of this is about learning to believe in yourself. Some of this is about hands-on tips that worked for me and that I hope work for you too. After my slides, we'll have time for questions and discussion. So please take note of anything you think would be helpful or interesting for us to have a broader conversation about. Just go ahead and throw it in the comments. Or if you have things that have worked for you, if any of this rings true to you and you have a story or a tip that you want to share with others, I'd love to use some of our time at the end to share knowledge across this group. I have read the bios of all the speakers. It is an incredible group of women, and I know that there's a bunch of people in attendance who have done tons and worked through a lot. All right, so the first thing I'm going to talk about is be confident. Obviously, this is easier said than done. So how do we go about doing that? The first, and I know this sounds silly, is practice taking a compliment. We as women are often taught to sort of push those compliments aside, to say, oh, thanks, but actually it was no big deal, or I get really lucky, or, it's easier than it looks. Take the compliment, practice in the mirror, practice with a friend, say, thanks, I really appreciate it. To value your own work, you have to say it out loud. So yeah, practice. Next, this is a phrase we use a lot in the US. I don't know if it's all over, but fake it till you make it. If all else fails, pretend that you're confident until it feels real. No one will know the difference. I've read studies that show that people who smile, even if it's fake, eventually feel a little bit happier. So yeah, give it a go. The third is tackle your insecurities head on. Don't charge the hill. For me, one of my insecurities, one of the things that I am nervous about is public speaking. It is not a coincidence that I'm doing this, even though it terrifies me. It's something that I know I need to practice at, and every time I do it, it feels a little bit easier. And then a particular tip for those of you who are managers and lead teams, learn the job of all of your direct reports. It is hard to confidently lead a team, to give feedback to your teammates, to set a course for a new direction if you don't actually know how to do all of the work that they do. So spend a few days learning, trying in and out everything that they do or their specific responsibilities. It'll make you feel a lot more confident as manager. All right, so we talked about be confident. Next step, be curious. I took a look at my resume before I started putting together this talk, and I realized that of all the responsibilities I have and all those responsibilities I had in previous roles, none of them were a result of a class I took or a training that I completed. I learned everything through on-the-job experience and independent learning. It is what will move you forward in no place more than tech and in no place more than a startup. So breaking it down, a reminder, you are more than your resume and more than your coursework. So one, ask your colleagues and your manager to teach you what they know. Don't wait on them to volunteer. They won't. It just won't occur to them. It's not that they don't want to help. It's not that they don't want to share what they know. In fact, they love to share what they know. In tech, we are all nerds, as you guys are well aware, and nerds love to talk about what they're building and how. So, this is how I've learned about everything from architecture to fundraising, stuff that I had no background in. It's made me understand my job better. It's helped me to work more with others, which is a great way to get a path into leadership. It's led to new opportunities because when people realize, oh, you're interested in this that's outside your specific job description, they will have you in mind when they need help with a project, even if you don't know how to do it yet. It's especially important with your manager. Use your check-in meetings, your one-on-one meetings with them. not just to give them updates, but to help you learn too. Ask them about company strategy, about what's going on in other departments, about what's in other areas of the company. Just use that time as much as you can. Next step, volunteer for new responsibilities, even if you don't know how to do it yet. You can learn. Everyone, who has gotten this far in tech is smart and capable. This is how I got into product. I was working in operations, and we were a fast-growing startup, and there was a backlog of product feature analysis that none of the engineers had time to do, that our CEO didn't have time to do. And so I said, hey, I can take a look, see if I can see, did this experiment work? Did it not? I didn't know exactly how I was going to do everything. My SQL skills, which I had, sort of picked up a while back, were pretty rusty, but I knew that I could figure it out. I had trusty Google search and YouTube and tutorials, and I did. And I took on more and more and learned more and more about what our company needed, and eventually, was given a new title, head of product. The third thing here under Be Curious is make your own growth a priority. Everyone is busy at work. You are busy at work. If you don't carve out time for yourself to explore things that you're interested in, the time won't exist. There's always more to do. There's always stuff people need help with, but you advancing in your career and learning more is good for you. It's good for your organization or for your company, and it deserves that priority. And the last one here is just a reminder for managers, let your team do the same. They need to grow. If you help people grow, it will make your team better. It will build your team members, happiness and success. And in the end, everybody wins. So delegate, give them projects that they haven't done before, that, you're 80% confident that they can handle, that they can learn, and support them. But they want to be challenged, and it's your job as a manager to make sure that they are challenged and to support them through that. All right, so we talked about be confident, be curious. The last one is be generous. I think that this is something that sometimes people forget when they are on the career ladder. I think women typically don't forget it, but I just want to talk through a couple pieces of this that have really, I've seen really make a difference in individual careers and in organizations succeeding. The first one, and this one is super important for managers, share credit. If your team hits a goal or, has like a ton of success, it was your entire team who did that. If you manage a team who manages a team, it was that team 2 levels down who helped do it. When something awesome happens, what I do is I try to think, okay, like here's one person who made this happen and who helped them do it. There's the next person. And when I can, I send an email to the whole company sort of describing that so that everyone can get the recognition that they deserve. I think some people are hesitant to do this because they think that people won't see them as, as deserving or as great if, they give the credit to their team. I think it's actually the opposite. When I see someone's team succeed, I know that it wasn't just that one manager, and I really respect people who share the credit. The next step is kind of similar, but cultivate an attitude of abundance, meaning that it's not a zero-sum game. If your colleague learns more and takes on new responsibilities, that's great. That means that they can teach you more, and you guys can work together on more exciting and more advanced projects. Their gain is not your loss. and your gain is not their loss. Especially in tech, we know that the sky is the limit. All we have to do is learn enough and try hard enough. So when others are advancing, that is helping you, and vice versa. And that's what I mean by an attitude of abundance. And the last piece here is, please remember that you too deserve generosity, especially during COVID. Let's be honest, times are hard. Go easy on yourself. If you make a mistake, hey, who hasn't made mistakes? Who hasn't made more mistakes when there is a global pandemic on? Cut yourself some slack. If you want to take a day off, need to take a day off for whatever, do it. Don't beat yourself up over it. Listen to yourself, to your spirit. If you need some time or some space, give it to yourself. You wouldn't begrudge your teammate or your direct report for being generous with themselves. You would be generous with them. So I think it's really important that, especially as women, we don't put ourselves at the very last, and then remember to take care of ourselves too. So the last thing I wanted to leave people with, some words that have really been helpful to me. We are the role models we've been waiting for. I have role models, but I don't think there's ever been a time where there's so many amazing women who are taking on more responsibility, becoming leaders, really making a change in the world. And we can do it. We don't need anyone to show us the way any further. It's time to take the ball and run for it, run with it. Last thing, with Shadow, the company I work with, we're hiring back-end DevOps operations. If anyone's looking, or if anyone's curious and wants to network, you can talk to me if there's any way that I can support anybody in their career. Let me know. I think my contact information is here. So I think next up is questions that anyone might have, or comments, or just discussion points that would be helpful to share with the group. And
Yeah,
hi.
Hi, Ma'am Alicia Peru. It was a very inspiring talk for us women who are into tech and into startup. So yeah, let's have the Q&A. Are you ready po? All right. So for the first question, how did you overcome the imposter syndrome?
That is such a good question. To be honest, I faked it till I made it. That part of the deck was really what worked best for me. I just tried to remember going into a meeting that I was nervous about, or starting a project that kind of intimidated me. Like, you can do this, you can do this. If you make a mistake, okay, you can try again. But you are smart enough, you are capable enough, you can do it. I sort of would repeat that to myself. And eventually I started to feel it. It wasn't overnight, but eventually seeing your own success helps breed confidence.
Yeah, and I guess it's part that you believe on yourself. So we have the next question. How can we encourage other people to move on from the zero-sum game mindset to one rooted on collaboration?
That's a great question. And I appreciate the person who highlighted it, because I've worked at a lot of organizations and I've seen organizations fail to meet their goals because you have people sort of like trying to jostle each other out to, to really make themselves look good. And what it does is it creates an environment where you're actually less likely to achieve your goals. Some of it is structural. So at our company, we have a system of goal setting called OKRs, objectives and key results. There are, there's like a YouTube video, there's a free ebook you can download and read about it. But essentially what it is there is one goal for the whole company that then trickles down to all departments and all teams. And everyone is trying to meet that goal and everyone has a part to play. So what we're forced to reckon with as a team is not like, well, I really want this or I really want that, but which projects can we take on that are most likely to help us meet that goal? And so what we do is we take the different ideas that we think will help us meet that goal, and we try to rank them or quantify how to make them successful. And so I think it accomplishes a few things. One, it keeps everybody focused on the overall goal and not anyone's individual achievement. And two, it encourages people to work across disciplines in a way that I think kind of just maybe makes people put further in the back of their mind, how am I going to look good? And put more at the front of their mind, how am I going to help us achieve that goal? What is the thing that I can do that will make it as likely as possible that we achieve the goal? And then everyone is at least rowing in the same direction.
Yeah, for the next question, with the limited mobility due to pandemic, how do you manage your startup team?
Yeah, that's another great question. So we, before the pandemic, we were already work from home optional. So, all of our tools, it was really easy to collaborate. We use Slack, we use GitHub, we use CodeTree, which is like a sort of Kanban board that you put on top of GitHub. And, we have a mix of ways to sort of like, we're chatting on Slack all day and we have, Google Hangouts. We also just have some unstructured time every week for the whole team to just like hang out, just chat, hear about our lives, hear about our dogs. We're a company that helps people, and cats, helps people find their missing dogs and cats. And I think some of that unstructured time to just remember who we are as humans has been helpful during the pandemic.
Yeah, we have last two questions. So the next question is, how will you keep your focus on developing your intention of building and developing your confidence on a daily basis?
So one thing that I do for myself is at the beginning of every week, I make a list of what I need to achieve that week. And I break it into priorities. So there's top priority, like this has to happen this week or else everything will explode. And then there's, sort of second priority, which is it would be great if this happened this week. It's okay if it happens next week. And then there's the last priority, which is like nice to have, bonus if you can get to it, if some of your other tasks were, easier than expected. And it builds my confidence every week to meet that. I also, I try not to be afraid to share what I'm working on or share what I'm trying with my team. I think that, makes me more likely to succeed, but also it's encouraging to hear what other people think of what you're working on. Sort of throughout the way, it helps you sort of see and develop your own growth.
Thank you. And for the last question, for someone who is thinking of changing to a different career, do you have any tips on how to empower them and how to overcome insecurities since they will be diving on a different world or career?
Yeah, so I think the first step is to talk to as many people as you can who are in that new career. I had a lot of friends who worked in tech, and I asked them very detailed questions about what a day in their life was like, I had them show me some of the things they were working on because it was very abstract to me. Like, what is tech? What does it take to actually like build an app? What does design look like? What does like code collaboration look like? Seeing it helped me realize, okay, yeah, actually I do want to do this. And it also helped me envision, to like visualize myself, okay, yeah, I could do this. It's not this big scary thing that like I had no idea what I was walking into. The insecurity piece is real. I'm not sure, I definitely set aside my personal time to learn as much as I could, and that helped me feel more confident. I read books by women in tech, by men in tech, about different parts of tech, not just design or product, but I read about like how they do HR at Google and how they set goals and, sort of stuff that was tangential, but made me feel that I understood more what I was getting into before I actually made the plunge.
Yeah, that's all for the Q&A. Thank you so much, Mom Lisha. Drew, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a very productive talk from our two speakers, Mom Attorney Batapa Sige and Mom Lisha Peru. So for this moment, we will have a 10 minutes coffee break, water break. If you wanna have some breakfast for 10 minutes, go grab it and we'll be right back. See you in a minute. Hi everyone, how's the break? Stay hydrated because there are a lot of amazing speakers this day. So to formally introduce our next speaker, Miss Josan Astrid Dumitita Chug. Josan is a tech startup founder, a UI UX engineer, and a women makers ambassador. Together with her team, they work on a hotel booking engine in 2012. They have been acqui-hired by Rocket Miles, a travel startup based in Chicago, and then in 2015 been acquired by Booking Holdings, and recently their product team merged with Agoda. Wow! She spearheaded the Google developer communities and women tech makers in northern Mindanao and have been part of several women communities in tech. Her personal advocacy is teaching young girls to code and encouraging women to pursue courses and careers in science, technology, and engineering. You can listen to her podcast on Spotify, Real Life Anagrams. So let us welcome our next speaker.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the first fully virtual International Women's Day celebration brought to us by the Women Tech Makers and Google Developer Groups in the Philippines. So, I'm Josan. I'm a UI UX engineer and a Women Tech Makers ambassador. My personal advocacy is teaching young girls to code and encouraging women to pursue courses and careers in science, technology, and engineering. So, before I begin my session, I'd like to ask everyone what's the best designed product or service that you've used this past year or in your entire life. You can scan the QR code and enter anything like Uber, Food Panda, Switch, pour over coffee maker, coffee dripper, French press, masyadong halata, right? Or Leatherman, multi-tool, anything that you think the best design product or service that you've used in the past year or your entire life. So, and before ending my session today, I will also share with you the best design product that I have tried in my life that truly satisfied my needs. So I'll wait for your answers here and check it out later. So, anyway, today I'll be sharing with you my personal take on design thinking. And I'm pretty sure that many of you might have already heard about it, tried it, and used it at work to improve the quality of your product, whether it's for a website, an app, a service, or even a physical product. There was actually a time that whenever I heard the term design thinking, the first words that would come to my mind were process, tool, trend, jargon, and 3M post-its. But I had so many realizations since the first time I was exposed to design thinking. So for the next few minutes, let's rethink design thinking. Let's do it differently and begin with thinking. And I'd like to share one of my favorite quotes from my favorite astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson. He said, "Kids are born scientists. An adult scientist is a kid who never grew up. As kids, we were naturally curious about the world in general. Our questions were never ending. We'd pick up anything, play with it, put it in our mouths until we get bored or our parents notice that something is going on. But, well, as a usual Asian parent, my mom had a special weapon of choice. Well, what was your mom or dad's special weapon? So, back in the day, there were so many to choose from: clothes hanger, belt, feather duster, back scratcher, the most famous durable walis from Baguio, and more. So, for my mom's special weapon of choice was the TV antenna. So, before the LED, LCD, plasma TVs that we have now, we had a TV that needed an antenna so that channels would be clear to watch. So if the antenna is broken, you can't watch TV at all. So all of us in the household, or all of our mayaya, my mom or my aunt, couldn't watch the telenovelas. And then they got mad at me. Anyway, this all happened because I broke the TV antenna because I wanted to learn how the TV works. I even wanted to get the screwdrivers and open up the TV itself to check the inside and see how it actually works. There were a lot of times that I was reprimanded because I was a very curious child. I remember opening up the fridge, got an uncooked egg, and broke it. Well, if my yayas told me that the egg fell because of gravity, I could have learned about science. And because the egg broke, that was supposedly going to be a chick or chicken in the future, I could have learned biology. But of course, I can't be curious because the people around me didn't want me to break things. I was taught not to commit mistakes. I was taught to answer questions. And I I probably, or you also probably spent half of my life being taught how to answer questions rather than forming the right questions to ask. I was frustrated that I'm so bad at written exams. I would just pass because there's an oral or a practical exam. So in school, we were taught to think convergently. This means that we were taught to take the best out of an available set of choices and to converge on that choice and execute. We were actually incentivized to remember things from memory. And I personally think that when you answer the first thing that comes to your mind, That is just a knee jerk reaction or spur of the moment. It's just remembering and not thinking. So, what design thinking does is to encourage us to think divergently and perhaps to create new choices that haven't even existed before. And then apply those ideas to the problem that you're trying to solve or the challenge. But do we actually really spend time thinking divergently? I believe that thinking requires time, patience, understanding, and empathy. So I'd like to share two quotes from Einstein that we can ponder upon. First is that we can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. And the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. So, if we want to get different results than what we are getting, we have to try different approaches. So, now let's go to design and design thinking. Well, it actually took me a while. It kind of really took me a while to realize what design truly meant. So, when I was about to enter college, I didn't really know which course to take and just told our guidance counselor that I'll just choose whatever course that they think my grades would match best. So I ended up spending an entire semester taking up accountancy. So when I was about to enroll for the second semester, I told my mom that I don't think I belong there. She then told me that I won't be able to graduate on time and I had to start over again. And if that's the case, she won't pay for my tuition. If I continuously shift courses through the years. Well, I felt so threatened not to be able to finish college. So I tried thinking about getting a part-time job that I can do. So when one of my friends was looking for a graphics and layout artist, I took the job even though I wasn't really as confident. I mean, I can learn and it could definitely help me at least pay for my tuition down payment. And so I confidently told my mom, "Mom, I enrolled in computer science and I paid for my tuition." So my mom was now trusting of me and felt that I was a responsible child after all. I became more and more curious about design, trying out web design, then motion graphics animation. But I really felt that I just did those because I needed money. Of course, we all need money. And not because I really love doing it. Eventually, I ended up doing front end development and user interface design after graduation. And then after a few years working, I realized that there was more to design than how things look like. I was designing websites and applications, concentrating purely on how good it looks on the screen for me, but not actually thinking of the user. I started to dig more and started learning about user experience. And then finally, maybe this was truly where I wanted to be, designing with a purpose. Steve Jobs famously said, most people make the mistake of thinking design is what it looks like. People think it's this veneer that the designers are handed this box and told, make it look good. That's not what that's not what we think design is. It's not just what it looks like and feels like. Design is how it works. And Tim Brown, the CEO of IDEO, the design company that popularized the term design thinking, said that design thinking is a human centered approach to innovation that draws from designers' toolkit to integrate the needs of people, the possibilities of technology, and the requirements for business success. So I'd like to share another experience. I grew up with dogs, but last year I adopted a cat. I honestly don't know how to take care of a cat, and I have heard that they're so different from dogs. When dogs show their bellies, they want to be rubbed. So the first time that I saw my cat showing his belly, so that's my cat on the right. That's Artie, my cat. He's so adorable. He sleeps like that, and he sleeps with an open belly. So when I saw my cat showing his belly, I wanted to rub his belly immediately because my mental model of a dog's belly is equivalent to a tummy rub. But I was definitely wrong. I got bitten by my cat. It was all a trap. So when you see a cute cat doing that, showing his belly, don't touch the cat. It's a trap. It was so but well, it was so easy to pull from my memory that showing the belly is equivalent to tummy rub, not actually thinking that cats are different from dogs. This is the first phase of design thinking, knowing and empathizing with your customer. Knowing your customer. This time, my cat was my customer. He needed something else. He wanted playtime rather than a rub. So, it's sometimes so easy for us to think that what we think they need, but not actually think about them and what they actually need. And probably I hear a lot of people say, I need a website. I need an app. Let's build an app. When a lot of times a website or an app is not the solution or is not the solution yet that your users need. We sometimes tend to forget to paint a clear picture of our end users, the challenges they face, and what needs and expectations that we have to meet. We really have to be curious about their behavior. That brings me to the next phase of design thinking, which is defining the problem. So now, we know our user, we need to define a clear problem statement. So, what are the real challenges that they are facing? The problem statement sets out the specific challenge that we need to address, which will guide the entire design process. But but we have to somehow have an open mind that just because there was a change in users' behavior, they need something else. So, story time again. When the pandemic hit and a series of lockdowns happened, it seemed like everything stopped. Consumer behavior changed. But the need didn't actually change. But what changed really was how to satisfy that need. The need to travel did not change, but how to satisfy that did. So when sea and air travel went down, land travel went up. The need to eat sangyupsal or ramen did not change. We still wanted sangyupsal and ramen, but we can sangyup and ramen at home now. So our needs did not actually change. We just need to be creative somehow and think of ideas on how we can solve that challenge, which is the next phase of design thinking, ideation. There's so much innovation that can be done in this disrupted world today. Aim to come up with as many ideas and potential solutions as possible. Think outside the box and explore new angles. By focusing on quantity of ideas rather than quality, we're more likely to free our mind and stumble upon real innovation. So, based on what we've learned in the empathize phase, we should have been able to hold several ideation sessions with a variety of our different stakeholders. And with our problem statement at hand, we can now come up with as many ideas as possible. And we can now take out those three M post-its and fill out the roles with it. Well, that's half meant, or you can skip the post-its. So though now we can narrow them to a select few so we can create a prototype. The next phase of design thinking. This is where we develop a test model. This is a scaled down version of our product or concept that we want to test. This prototyping phase gives us something tangible that can be tested with our real users, which is very critical in maintaining our user centric approach. So, depending on what we're testing, prototypes can take various of forms, from basic paper models to interactive digital prototypes. So here, this video for one of the women that I really look up to. This is Imogen Pierce. She's an aerodynamics engineer who engineered the Jaguar Land Rover, and this is probably how she made her prototype. And this is probably how I would wanted to break out the TV and maybe build my own TV. So she needed some tools. She needed the robot of her brother. She wanted to get the hammer, keeping everyone out. So parents are worried and they're wondering what's happening. What's the commotion about? And Imogen is breaking her brother's toy to create that first prototype of a car. So and now she now had a prototype of a car, super scaled down, super kid. And then after that, that's now Imogen Pierce, an aerodynamics engineer at Jaguar. So I mean, if we could going back to the first quote that I said about kids being scientists, let's all always be curious about our users. So, but seriously, I talk about prototyping that depending on what we're testing, prototypes can take various forms. And but seriously, for car designers, because I shared about the car, their first level of prototype is a CAD design. And then they build clay models. So this is a clay model. If you can see the brown car type, it's a clay model. Why clay? I mean CAD model. We can 3D print it. They use clay because clay is malleable. So this is a small scale. Also, what they do, for cars, first they have the CAD model. After the CAD model, what they do is that they create this small scale, small case cars, and then the one with true to the size. They specifically use clay because clay is malleable, so that they can test the aerodynamics of the car. So you can see a woman engineer is trying to test the aerodynamics of car. So when creating prototypes, have a clear goal in mind. Know exactly what your prototype know exactly what you want your prototype to represent, and therefore test, which is the fifth phase of design thinking. Well, we should test our prototypes on real users. The testing phase enables us to see where a prototype works well and where it needs improving. Because on user feedback, we can make changes and improvements before spending so much time and money developing and or implementing our solution. We could run user testing sessions wherein we observe our target users as they interact with our prototype. We may also have gathered verbal feedback. So, with everything we've learned from the testing phase, we can surely make changes to our design or come up with a completely new idea altogether. I mean, pivot or persevere. And remember that we should always be continuously improving, iterating over and over again. Design thinking is focusing on our user, building to think, prototyping fast, starting the movement, asking the right questions, and cultivating collaboration. Becoming design thinkers will help us remain relevant and thrive in this changing world and the uncertain future. I believe that design thinking is not just a process and a tool for innovation, but it's actually a mindset that focuses on how we look at the challenges around us at work and in our daily lives. I mean, have you ever been in a position where you felt stuck, not sure where to go, and have any idea at all about what to do with life? Well, we could design our lives. So, your life is a never ending product cycle with only one customer. That is you. You are the customer, you are the designer, and you are the only stakeholder. You decide what, when, and why do you do things. We can design our lives to make better choices. Design is about solving problems. And in this case, you are solving your own problem. How should we invest our time? How we should achieve our dreams? So, design thinking can help you choose between options and maximize the outcome of your time and effort. So, let's do empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. So, first, we have to understand ourselves. Uh, as we are trying to design our life, we have to understand our own behavior, motivations, and pain points. As in, we are our customers. So, if we understand ourselves better, we can then focus on things. To do th- and to do this, we have to simply compare the current condition and the ideal life that we would want. And so, if we have that, we can think, where should I go 5 years from now? I'm here and I want to be there. If that's the challenge, then maybe we can get started in thinking about ways on getting there. So now, with our goal for the next 5 years, what we want to do, post it for the next 5 years, right? So, so now we all have those options. We can then narrow it out. Now, prototyping your choices. And then I remembered that I might have prototype that maybe I can belong in accountancy. But that's like one semester prototyping if I can be an accountant in the future. But well, I went into technology. So that's something like you prototype, maybe 1 month trying out something new, learning something new. And if you think that you belong, or if you think that maybe this is the right thing for me, maybe this is the one. So you can test it out. So, and then if you've tested out, reevaluate your life after a month or after the time that you've tried it. Either you've learned something, a thing or two, put it down, write it down, and then if it's aligned to your 5 year goal, and then go. So imagine that we could actually design our life, and if you're stuck, design thinking. Like, where am I, where do I want to go? So it's already ingrained in your life that if because really think that design thinking is thinking. It requires time. It lets us stop, look, and listen. So this is design thinking as a way of life. So I think that's it for my design thinking. So anyway, I'd like to check out what you wrote. Oh, Spotify. Okay, Spotify one. Food Panda next, Shopee. Of course, mga gold and platinum. Shopee users. Slack. Yes, Slack and Grab. Beyond Compare, doc sheet forms, but Spotify. So for me, so I'd like to share I promise to share the best design product for me, and probably a lot of people have seen me using it. So my real problem is that before, when I do my presentations, in a live audience, it's it's hard for me because I do wearables and a lot of microcontrollers. So I need my two hands. And in order for me to use my two hands, I can't hold a clicker on my right hand. I need to be able to use my two hands, like on this video, and have my two hands and be functional, but at the same time, go on with my screen. So the bracelet the guy is wearing is this one. So this is probably the best design product for me that really satisfied my needs. And I miss wearing this, and I miss going to conferences not being like this virtual. So for me, this is the best designed product for me. But now I'll think of another product during the pandemic because I can't use this one unless I do some experiments with it. So anyway, it's such a great pleasure to be with everyone today. I hope I've been able to get through you through this screen somehow. So I'd like to thank you, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here.
Thank you! Hi, Josan!
Hi,
Hello!
Princess. How are
How are you?
you?
Oh, di ba? Sabay tayo nag-how are you, no?
Yes.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed your talk. I can relate when people build solutions without actually knowing the actual problem. So yeah, design thinking is a real way of life.
Way of
And
life, yes.
yes, I actually have questions for you from our audience. First one is, what's the best advice to law students who don't know what they want in life? Like you starting from
Same
accountancy to
here.
computer science. Sige, like can you share more about like how you eventually like loved computers from accountancy because it's really far.
It's really far, no? Because I actually started because I was so lost, I was so undecided. Because when you're in school, they give you everything. Okay.
Hmm.
They feed you with everything that's needed in life and feed you with all those calculus and stuff. Whereas I only need ratio and proportion in my life. So so they give you all this stuff and you get overwhelmed and you get so confused, right? And not being just law students, but actually if you gather all your skills or what maybe you can start from where you were young because when I was young I really like the arts. I like arts and crafts. But then um what I really did was I was so interested. I was so interested in arts and craft, and I wanted to show it to my classmates, and let them let them see how I wanted my drawings to move. And the one that the one software that helped me do that was Flash, and Flash is dead, right? So I learned animation at maybe around when I was in first year. Maybe that's like 15 years ago. I learned Flash just because I wanted to show it to my friends. So it started when I was so young. Imagine that I was so interested in computers already when I was young. But then I told my teacher, whatever grade, just put me in there. So maybe when we go back to our roots, where what were our were your interests when you were young? Check out all your options. I mean, also design thinking, ideate also. Start your problem is what? You're lost now. Okay. Current situation is lost. I want to be found. So maybe you can put in post-its of your interests and maybe drill it down to something that you want to test. And imagine testing actually one semester of accountancy, realizing that you don't belong there. And recently, this just happened yesterday. So I was doing a billing for a client.
Hmm.
I was doing a billing for a client and I needed that numbers and there were amendments. There were deductions, so I have to amend, I had to adjust the document. So what happened was I have this Excel file and I did a test first so that I did a test. As in, I did a test to see if the total amount will be correct. So imagine I'm not an accountant, I'm a dev. Because I started with testing. I started developing something to test if the total amount is correct. So I told the team, guys, I think I what I'm doing is wrong. I can't bill. because I think I just started to kind of think like a dev doing accountants work.
Mm-mm.
So maybe it's ingrained with you. It's hidden. Maybe
Mm.
just don't realize.
Mm-mm.
So maybe you could really list them down and think about your daily routine and stuff, and drill down and choose and prototype whichever you choose there.
Thanks, Josan. So find your interest, drill it down, and then test and prototype. Let's go to our next question. Oh, this one is a nice one. How do we stay curious?
So how really we stay curious is that because in life, even in school, even our parents, we're taught not to commit mistakes, right?
Yes, correct.
And because we're taught to memorize the entire book, because
Mm.
that's easier. Because how can schools teach us to ask questions rather than answer? Because how can they grade us anyway?
Mm.
So imagine that when you were young, we were babies, we would just do anything. But then when we grew up and growing up, and then that's what half of our lives, maybe two thirds of our lives, training us not to stay curious. So my mom would always tell me, "Oh, you're very hard headed." Maybe that kind of paid off because um I became just curious. And when I look at my cat, what I love about cats is that they're always curious. So maybe when you I don't know if this is just a joke, but look at the cat and watch the cat, and the cat will always stay curious. So it would always remind you that maybe we should all be cats, think like cats, and be curious about the world because they're always curious, right? So maybe we should ask questions and think of how we can ask some more questions. So maybe cats are the answer for curiosity. So
Thanks, Josan. And then next question, please. Do you have suggestions on where we can jumpstart our careers in tech?
okay, so the tech world, it's so broad, right?
Mm.
It's so broad. You think about where you can go. So maybe what started it for me was, this will obviously for the 90s. So for all the 90s kids out there, the
Present.
yes, all the 90s kids out there, the first person or the first thing that taught us HTML and CSS is Friendster. Thank you, Friendster, for teaching the 90s kids how to code in HTML and CSS. So if you're interested in something like that, maybe you can do it again. So maybe what you can do is look at all the tech out there and try to um try to see where you really would like to be, like how I came about from just being from just drawing to actually evolving to a graphics and layout artist, to evolving to a motion graphics animator. And eventually I didn't really belong there, and then trying out something new again. I mean, the internet is our library now. There's so many articles to read and such. So if you really want to jumpstart your career in tech, choose a tech stack. If you choose a tech stack, find a company that matches that, and probably you'd end up doing that. And then me, I started with UI. Now I'm doing UX, and finally found that this is where I want to be.
Thanks, Josan. Now we're down to our last two questions. Ito naman, how do you measure success?
Grabe, pang Miss
Miss
Universe.
Universe, let's go.
Yes. So how do you measure success? So for me, success are your little wins. your small wins. So maybe I have two successes. One is my success for the day because I'd always want to be grateful, or I wanted to have an accomplishment every day. Because if I don't, I get sad and depressed because I usually have imposter syndrome a lot of times that I'm not successful and I compared to everyone else. And when I see someone doing something that I would have wanted to do, I feel so sad. And when I so Elon Musk for me is a double-edged sword. So when I check out Elon Musk and see what he's been doing in his life, I feel so inspired. But the thing is, I feel also quite sad because Elon Musk has already achieved that something in his life, and where am I? So it's a double-edged sword looking at Elon Musk, right? So for me, I don't wanna like super pressure myself. So for me, if I would want to measure success, I would want to measure my small wins every day. So it kind of stacks up, and when you look back, you'll smile and say, "Oh, I've accomplished something pala."
Aw, that's nice. Like, track your small wins, guys. Sige, last question. What's the most important part of design thinking? So we have 5 steps or six ba? Yeah, what's the most important part?
Well, we had those 5 steps, but actually the most important part of design thinking is thinking, because design thinking is thinking. So that's what I've said. If you don't stop, look and listen before you say something, that's not thinking, that's just remembering. And remembering for me is different from thinking. So what I like to do is when you when you try to answer questions, when you try to answer a challenge, when you try to solve a problem, stop, look and listen first so that you can really think, like real thinking before for doing anything. So for me, that's the most important part of design thinking is actually the thinking.
Awesome. Thank you, Josan. Thank you so much. I think all of us learned a lot. Uh, yeah, up next, we have another speaker. And thank you again. Let's proceed to our next speaker.
Thank you.
Hi, and we're back. Okay, let me just adjust my video here. So our next speaker is actually is from the companies that you mentioned earlier in your like best product that you designed. So let me just read her bio very quickly. She's actually from Shopee. So she is a technical project manager at a leading e-commerce marketplace in Southeast Asia, currently based in Singapore, and has worked globally in with like globally diverse teams. Aside from being a busy bee, she's an aspiring. She describes herself as a cool dork who would challenge you for board games. She's an aspiring raconteur, nonfiction book reader, random facts collector, and a musician wannabe. Her talk is about the courage to reinvent your career arc while braving the uncertain. Let's welcome the technical project manager from Shopee, Miss Kathleen Bascon.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. It is such an opportunity to be here, to be able to share my story together with these amazing, accomplished, and very inspiring women in the tech industry. You know, back in 2013, when I graduated, I was full of hopes and ambition. I marched out the campus grounds, with confidence, very eager to find a dream job. And so during my college years, I would, often scribble my future plans everywhere, like in my notes, in my books, or even in just piece of brown envelope. Yes, this is an actual photo that I took way back in 2011, where I actually listed down what I would want to do at a certain age, what were the positions that I would want or hope to achieve. As early as third year college, I've always already had a vision of my career, what I hope to do and what I hope to become. And so you may be wondering how I got here, what made me or enabled me to become a manager in tech. So today I'm going to share my journey, how I progressed in my career, how I got promoted on these jobs, and how I landed the jobs in Singapore, how I sustained those roles here in Singapore, along with the setbacks and challenges that came along the way. So to start my journey, I came from Bacolod. So from my province, there wasn't really much opportunities back then, year of 2013. So I took my chances and flew to Manila. And before starting my professional work experience, I actually had freelance gigs as a graphics and UI designer. I was also a developer at that time using PHP as language. So I was doing both. I really love doing both, designing, programming, best of both worlds. So whenever I would think of whatever career path that I would want to take, I would be confused because I just don't know which one to take because I really love doing both. But when it comes to companies, I've always set my eyes with the multinational ones because, it kind of felt cool, kind of felt impressive when you're working with, the big companies such as Accenture, IBM, Microsoft. Those were like the popular companies back then. As a fresh grad, we would always want to be in those companies. And in particular, I remember it was Accenture, because in our school, the previous batches were mostly employed in that company. And so I was one of those students who aspired to also join them. So that was my hopes before. And before embarking on the workplace, on my career, I need to decide, right? Which path should I take? Should I take the development path or software engineering path, or should I take the designer role? I was really torn, and it was the most difficult decision that I had to make 7 years ago. Because whatever decision that I'll be making, it will ultimately define the career path that I will take later on. But things turned out in a very unexpected way. As you can see here, this is Ortiga Center. This is where my first job is. I was with the final interview for a Ruby on Rails developer position. It was with the CEO of the company, and during that interview, it kind of like led to a discussion where he asked more of management questions, leadership questions, and I kind of expressed my passion towards it because back in school, I was very active in the student organization and the student government. I was also the president of our ID society and have been actively involved with leadership involvements in school. So somehow he kind of like threw in those questions. I was able to answer, sure, but I didn't like think of it as something that would really have like a certain outcome or something, because I was actually confused that time because I was applying for a Ruby on Rails developer, right? But he was asking me those types of questions. And the following day, I received an offer letter from that company. And to my surprise, the role was not for a developer. The role was for an associate project manager. So somehow he saw the potential in me during that interview. And now I'm torn with deciding three paths to take, which path to take. Developer going with Accenture, designer going to a designer firm, or will I take a chance or take a risk of joining this startup company who offers me an associate project manager role? And so I chose this path. I took in the role as an associate project manager, and that's how my management career started. I took the most unconventional way, as you can see. And that time, it really felt surreal because it was something that I didn't apply for. It kind of felt that it was just given to me by the heavens. And it kind of lurked in me, the doubts. If this is the first biggest uncertainty, biggest question to myself, because I felt that I was not ready for that role. So I was having unreadiness and doubts on myself. I felt that I'm not ready. I'm not sure if I can do it. Like, what if I fail, right? And so the imposter syndrome is starting to, kick in, screaming loudly, saying that I'm destined to fail if this is something that I would do. But eventually, I winged it and proceeded with this journey. But along the way, I actually struggled hard. It wasn't an easy one, but it wasn't on the part where I was wondering how to go about the process, the tools, the technologies on the projects. All of those can actually be learned. Most of the problems that I had were people problems. And the struggle was always to, earning everyone's respect or trust. Like, are they going to take me seriously? So that was the biggest challenge in me. People would often question me, like, why am I a manager? I didn't have like the professional coding experience, right? How did I get there? And it was a continuous struggle for me, but I didn't give up. What I did was I worked hard to learn about our companies, the ins and outs of the projects, how to manage our clients, all the tools, day and night, endless nights of studying and studying and studying until I get to master what the company is trying to do or what we're trying to accomplish. And somehow I conquered those. And after 6 months, I was promoted to project manager. It was actually the quickest promotion that I have by far as of this day. So it really helped going above and beyond my role. Sure, there was a time that I would stay up late in the company. I would double the hours of working, even during weekends, but it was a challenge that I accepted, and I should be in it. Like, I have to double the efforts so that my team or our team can acknowledge that I am fit for the job. So it was a continuous struggle to, be recognized, be accepted in the company. So apart from that, we had this biggest project that we've worked with. And I can say that this was the most proud of moment during that time. So we were tasked to automate the process of procurement to address the infamous pork peril scam in 2013. So you're familiar with, of course, Napolis. So it was actually our company who did the automation system for them. So all is well. And in my first job, I kind of learned these two key lessons. One, that is, showing your commitment to becoming better. Like, it doesn't matter how bad you started. It doesn't matter if you made a mistake. Just learn from it and commit to becoming better, because people will actually see it. And when people will see how you're committed to the job, they will start to respect you and they will start to acknowledge you. And second, I learned that, showing you're not there to boss them around, not to work above them, but with them. As a young manager, I've always struggled to, have that authority, really establishing yourself as the boss, as the manager, but, it just doesn't work. When the team can sense that you're not working with them, that you're just working for your glory, everything else will not fall into place. I remember this one time where there's this team member. He was having performance issues at work, and he was not delivering the task on time. And we had this heated argument. And it ended up me saying, "Don't tell me, show me." So it's like such a diva, right? Um, it was a wrong thing to do. Instead of asking what was the problem, instead of asking that person, "How can I help you? How can we help you?" I was desperate to show my authority because of, the lack of experience, because of me trying to always have to struggle to find my place. So it is about working with your people and not working above your people. So you need to learn from me because I learned it the hard way. So this is my first team, and I was really thankful. I didn't regret any, single decision that I made before. Even though I didn't, proceed with going with a multinational company, which is Accenture, I learned a lot from this startup that, working with teams, how to manage difficult and very complex projects, exposed me to mostly government projects as well. It was a joy to be with them. And so the first career arc reinvention that I realized is that starting small is okay. It doesn't matter if the team is small, if the company is small, you just have to start somewhere to get to where you are today. So that's for my first company. And on to my second journey was I joined another consulting firm. So that time I started as a project manager and eventually got promoted to a PMO delivery lead. So in this role, I was able to manage other project managers under me. And I was only 23 back then. It's the same issues, same struggles or challenges that came along the way during my second job. So this was in BGC. It wasn't easy to kind of work with bigger teams and bigger projects because I was used to working with a lean team. So this company really sharpened my project management skills and allowed me to grow further as a leader. There were two key moments that I can really say that was a highlight of my stay in there that kind of gave me an insight to how management or leadership is as a personal experience to me. So there's this one time when there's this team member who would address me as, Miss Cat. Okay. So back in Philippines, when the hierarchy, the higher hierarchy, we kind of like address them in a senior manner. So like, let's say sir, miss, or ma'am. So that was kind of like the case for me as well. And then when this team member knew about my age, she suddenly stopped addressing me Miss Cat and just started to address me by my first name. I mean, I don't really mind at all. It's totally okay. But the way of how that team member also communicated with me after knowing my age, it kind of like gave a difference. So from there on, I started to realize, at least in Philippines, age is a factor to how the level of respect is shown to you. So that was from a personal experience. And second is that as this company is bigger, competition is more fierce. Back in my first job, I was the only project manager, but this time there were almost 20 of us. And there's this one colleague who just doesn't like me. There was a time where we were actively pitching in ideas, taking in initiatives, and I was actively voicing out my opinions, feedback, things like that. And he, just blurted out, I'll need to say this in Tagalog. He said, "Si Jollibee ka ba? Pabida ka kasi." And wow, that was, he said that in front of the team, in front of my colleagues. back then I felt unbothered. At the end of the day, you just have to, shake it off or just move on from it. And I remembered that my mentor once told me, earning friends at work is a bonus. Like, you don't go to work expecting to make friends. And that's why you have to keep things in a professional manner. So two of the notable projects that I've worked there was, you'll be familiar with this. If you've been to the airports and major establishments in Philippines, I'm sure you've somehow connected to the free Go Wi-Fi hotspot. So I was part of the pioneering team for this Go Wi-Fi Auto product, and also was a project manager for doing captive portal deployments for Go Wi-Fi. And in this here, you can see the bill via text. It's for the postpaid subscribers. In this project, we were able to gain exemplary performance on the project, and that the team won a CTO award. During that time in that consulting firm, I was actually promoted twice. And with my latest promotion, they endorsed me to work with a senior management team in Globe. And so let me share with you the 3 key factors of how I got those promotions. 1, happy clients. Since it's a consulting firm, the feedback was very direct, coming from the client, going to the company. So if clients are happy, then the company will have good reputation, and it speaks well of you as well. So that was the number 1 factor. It kind of also reflected into the KPIs of my role or of my job. Second is word of mouth. Truth be told, it is indeed a popularity contest. So you need to show your skills. You need to be visible with everyone. You need people to back you up and speak good words of you. And I believe that was a very big influence to how I got my promotion, because I was working heavily with leaders in the organization, and also trying to maintain the rapport and the relationship with them, at the same time establishing or showcasing my skills and exemplary performance. So that is very, very important. And lastly, which is the most critical of all, is visibility of work performance to senior management. Like, none of these would actually make sense if these are not being seen by the senior stakeholders or senior management in your organization. Like, you have to showcase your skills, your potential to them. You have to make yourself known, and you have to make it visible. So those are the 3 factors of how I got those 2 promotions in that consulting firm. So everything is falling into place. You may think that I was on my way to climbing the ladder, but honestly, back then I kind of felt unhappy and still unsatisfied. I was struggling to find, let's say, meaning with what I'm doing. I felt that I was missing something. Like, I wanted to learn more. I wanted to work with global teams. Wanted to work on something different. And so I decided, like, after working for 4 years in Manila, to try out Singapore. And it was indeed a big risk. Okay, so I was just fortunate that I had friends there who took care of me during my job hunting period. And, they would always remind me of, like, not being choosy whenever I, or when I would be able to, receive an offer or get a job. So the most important thing is to get your foot into the door. So that was actually, my biggest dilemma during that time, because it was so uncertain. I left a good career back then in Manila to explore to this new territory. So I don't know what will happen. And then it kind of lurked in me on this second uncertainty, which is the complacency for security. Like, will I get a job in line with my role? Like, what if the company is not good, or am I willing to downgrade just to get a job? Being complacent with whatever that, being offered, or just accepting whatever that will be, not being choosy. It's quite a common story if you have like friends or people who that are working abroad. And this is not something that's new. It's quite a common OFW story, right? If you've seen this movie, Hello, Love, Goodbye, yeah. So where the protagonist, like Catherine, she was a graduate of nursing, but she flew to Hong Kong to take her chances, opportunities, but eventually ended up to work as a domestic helper for a while. So yeah, the fear of having to be in that trap or be in that direction is somehow addressing to me. And I was so scared at that time. Really came to a point where I was okay with just taking any job that I would receive. It was not hard. It was not easy, rather. So out of the 200 applications that I've sent over the 2 months, I only received 2 interview invitations. For a while, I kind of felt that I was not that competent to be working in Singapore. Like, employers are not looking at my CV or resume, or like they're not interested with what I can bring to the table. So I felt hopeless for a brief time, but I realized I should be giving my best shot with these 2 interview invitations that I had. So I really prepared, and thankfully, I received the regional project manager job. I got the job in an online dating company. So it's not as if that I had a choice that time, since I only had like 2 choices, and right, it was back then the only choice, and I had to like make do of that opportunity. But looking back, I started to realize that it's not as bad as I think. In fact, it was really great. So for that experience, the notable product that we were building that time was dating app. So if you're familiar with Tinder, so it's like Tinder for Asia, also swipe left, swipe right. It's just tailored or localized to the specific markets. And I'll be honest that at first, I kind of like, I'm not proud of it, because in Philippines, it was still a taboo. Online dating was still a taboo back in 2017. And if like people would know that you're working for an online dating company, they would think that you're working for a scam company. That was my or probably like the vibe that I was getting back then. So yeah, but eventually, I learned to love the product, learned to love the process. Of course, the team that I'm working with, it's just a misjudgment in place. So along the way, while working globally, I managed to learn in the process for these key areas. So for the working culture, I really realized that it's very fast-paced. The teams are very agile. And it was the first time that I was able to handle remote teams. So it kind of like also prepared me to what was about to come, right? So for this company, almost 80% of the teams are remotely located. So we have teams from Taiwan, Korea, Russia, Italy, US. So the teams are everywhere. And I had to like strategically plan how to manage the projects and how to manage or lead the teams, given that very different working or varying time zones, and of course varying cultures as well. And that leads me to the next one, which is the diverse teams. There were different races, different cultures, and this also means different ways of managing people and different ways of handling conflicts. And this is where I really learned how to approach the people problems in a very unique way. Back then, it was only Philippines that I was thinking of, like how we were working back then, how Pinoys are working, but now it's more global. So it's a really good challenge as a manager. And lastly, for market localization. So back then, of course, we only have Philippines. You get to solve problems in only one market, but now we're catering of up to 4 markets in the APAC region. So we get to think of ways on how to solve problems based on each of the market's behavior, patterns, and also based on their culture. So it's a really amazing experience working with this team. I've also had exposure to other countries thanks to this company. We went to company trips in Japan. We have regional offices in Taiwan and Korea, and also got to experience the product conference. So the company sent me in the US to attend this, and I was really, really thankful for that. It's all these are like so unexpected for something that was, like the only choice back then. It's really amazing. Also, with this, I am able to network more with, other professionals in the industry. These exposures, these opportunities, I just kind of felt that, I felt lucky because not everyone would have, this chance. And I was able to still, work on my, let's say, line of discipline, which is, of course, the project management. I was able to work with a good product team and with a good product as well. And again, for something that's a last resort, this went unexpectedly great. Cheryl said it best, that careers are a jungle gym, not a ladder. She also said that ladders are, ups and downs and on and offs, but jungle gyms are for creative exploration. Like, it allows you to experiment on the things that would enable you to find what you truly want to do. And, she said it beautifully when she mentioned that, that there's only one way to get to the top of the ladder, but there are many ways to get to the top of a jungle gym. And so that goes to my second career arc reinvention, that it's not about the title, but it's really about the thing that you do and the impact of the things that you do to the people or the products or services that you're working on. So that would be so far the experience. And 6 years down the line, I kind of had a sense of what I would want to do and what is the role that I would want to take on next. So you can see that being a project manager for 6 years. So at the back of my mind, I was hoping to lean towards the direction of product management, and work was this until COVID happened. And during COVID, dating app on a startup, we struggled hard during the pandemic, mainly because during the circuit breaker, no one was allowed to go out. There were lots of restrictions, and it really affected of how the business operated. And the unfortunate happened. This was actually the period when I got laid off. And I knew that I was not alone. So there was a shrinking foreign workforce in Singapore as early as March 2020. That's not even starting the circuit breaker. It's just how the pandemic was about to rise. But there were already 21,900 employees that got laid off during that time. And Singapore's economy in total, it kind of worsened the recession. Since its independence in 1965, you can see it's a 5.4% drop, and 12.7% of foreign workers were actually laid off. So it was, a very traumatizing time to be in, and to be laid off during that period, knowing that you still have these unknowns. It was again traumatizing. It spiraled through a series of problems, affected my mental health, and the fear of having to go back to Philippines, and the fear of having to redo, let's say, my career, or how it would affect my career. It was really dreadful. I only had 30 days back then. My work visa has already expired. I still didn't have a job, and I was in my tourist visa. Okay, I started to apply. I started to, in the hopes of getting a job. And there's this one fintech company who offered me this role, but then weeks later they retracted. They would also need to do a series of layoffs. So I said to myself at that time that I just got laid off twice. So it was really hard. I was hopeless at the time. And this third biggest uncertainty, which is, the fear to reset, like what will happen to my career? Will I be back to square one? Like what if I won't find another opportunity? And worst is, will I even find a job? And yeah, it was a very defining moment of my life back then. But we all know what happened, because I'm here doing this talk. So thankfully, I was able to land a job in, of course, the one of the biggest e-commerce marketplace in the APAC region. It was how do you call it? Like, kind of miraculous also, because I only had less than a month to find that job, and it was game over for me. So how I actually persevered, or how I was able to manage through those hardships, let me share with you. Number one is really not giving up. That is very important, like to have a positive mindset, because that kind of fueled me to look for better ways, look for more jobs, and look for more opportunities, network with people, like really finding all the ways how to go through these trying times. And second, I've often refined my CV. It's all about strategizing how you would want to be contacted by recruiters or employers. So most of the time I would tailor my CV to the job posts. I had series of iterations of my CVs and lots of versions of my CVs just to get a job that time. And lastly, of course, intensive studying and practice for interviews. All I did during that time was devoted to studying and really putting in the effort and doubling down the work, doubling down the practice for interviews, so that I get to land a job. And in retrospect, I would remember thinking to myself that during the pandemic, it's not about pursuing your dreams yet. It's okay to put your dreams on hold, because it's about survival. But that seemingly survival, or once thought out survival, actually made a significant impact to my career right now. And 1 year later, I realized there were lots of wins and gains by pursuing into this direction, and how this company actually positioned me amidst the COVID situation, or the pandemic. So now I was able to manage projects at scale with millions of users in the APAC region, which I never got to experience before. Now I'm leading a team of 100 plus, with multiple cross teams in the organization. So unlike before, it's mostly lean teams managing just 20, 30 people. But now I got this opportunity to work at large. And third, of course, revisited and strengthened my technical domain. For the past 6 years, it was all about on the business side, more on the product side. And this time it's more of reviewing on the part or the core of tech, which is really vital as we, move along my career journey, especially when you're in the tech industry. Like, you have to still be technical. And fourth, able to work with, of course, more diverse teams, expanded my network further, and I'm in an industry that will never be affected by the pandemic. And in fact, it even flourished during the pandemic as everyone was just, doing offline shopping. So that goes to my third career arc reinvention, which is having to accept and maximize your current opportunity. Because again, in these trying times, not everyone is presented with these chances. So there you have it. From starting as an associate project manager with zero experience in management, on to becoming who I am today, or what I'm doing now, or where I'm with. It's indeed a ride. And before as I end my talk, I wanted to impart these 3 things or reminders to everyone as we embark on the unknown. One, that is embrace the future with optimism. So, as a new generation approaches, it kind of like sets this fear of competition, because the previous generation, had earlier access to technology, had earlier access to the tools. But instead of, seeing that as a threat, we should see it as, an opportunity, as a motivation for us to strive better and to work alongside with them, like complementing the strengths of these 2 generations. Second is never letting these, setbacks dim your light. Whatever that happened in the past, it doesn't really define what you can do in the future and what you can hope to become in the future. So it should never be a hindrance to what you wanted to do. And lastly, believing in the process and trusting that the dots will somehow connect. And I actually got that from my favorite, one of my favorite tech leaders, of course, Sir Steve Jobs. Said it beautifully. You can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. So have courage, believe in yourself, because what's meant to be will always find its way. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Thank you for that lovely talk, Miss Kathleen. Now we have a few questions for you to answer from our audiences.
Sure.
How do you deal with rejections in the workplace?
Dealing with rejections in the workplace, first and foremost, you shouldn't take it personally. Instead, you should actually take it as an opportunity to learn and realize what is it that made that person or made that opportunity reject me in the first place. So it's being able to be open about your improvements, being able to open to learn, and having to accept the failure at first, and along the way, you'll just need to try again.
Okay, thank you. Our next question, please. What advice can you give to someone who is still choosing what career to take?
Okay. For those who are still undecided, I would say that try to recall the things that you enjoy doing. Try to recall the things that you felt happy with whenever you're doing it. And that kind of like gives you an idea of what you hope to do somehow in your job or in your career. So it's really about finding your interests, your strengths as well, so that you can have that idea of which career path you should take.
Okay, we have a last question for you. How do you create motivation for yourself and for your team?
Okay, creating motivation for myself. It's really about enabling a positive environment around you. So, a positive environment can be like being with a group of friends who support you, who believes in you, who motivates in you. Being in a positive environment, let's say setting up, let's say a workstation or a workplace in your room that would motivate you to pursue your goals, pursue your dreams. And positive environment would also mean being with people or networking with people who would lead you closer to whatever goals that you would want to achieve. So that's for, motivating myself. Motivating my team is, of course, a different story. So you need to figure out what drives the team. So every team has, their own aspirations. Each teams would have their would have a different approach to what gets them to, you know, to have that, let's say, positive reinforcement in the workplace. So it can be, let's say back then in Philippines, how we motivate the teams, because they love food, and whenever we would have those small wins, I would treat them. So we would go for pizza, things like that. So even those small gestures is a form of motivation because they're being rewarded for things that they're doing well.
Yeah.
While for the global teams that I was working with, it's let's say for the Hacker team, the online dating app team, it's being transparent on the company and on the product team plans. It's about ensuring that everyone gets a say, everyone is involved into the planning, and everyone's opinion, are being heard. So that is what motivates the team back then. And so we enabled a culture that is, open for feedback, and for them to be able to pitch in ideas and solutions. And it's not only, that the higher management gets to, have a say on that. Everyone else, may be at the bottom rank up to the higher rank, everyone can get a say or can pitch in ideas on how we can improve the product. Yeah.
And that is it. Thanks, Miss Kathleen.
Sure. Thank you.
This event is co-presented by Accenture Philippines in cooperation with Innovio Solutions Inc., supported by Developer Students Club, USTP, and Wildlife PH. We would also like you to answer the Accenture Career Survey form and get a chance to win share treats, gift cards, and vouchers. Winners will be announced via email or SMS. And also, guys, please join our contest, hashtag Courage to Create, and 3 winners will win 300 peso Grab vouchers and hashtag IWD 2021 experience highlights. And also, 3 winners will win 200 peso Grab vouchers. Guys, we'll have a lunch break and we'll back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Energy and change came to every part of our universe. Seismic or small, it continues.
Change is all around us, shaped by technology and human ingenuity. We can make it work for you and your business.
Mark Robin. I'm a full stack software engineer in Pro Media.
Hi, I am Jessa Padrola. I'm currently the communications manager of GDG Cebu.
Hi, so my name is Frenche and I am a full stack developer. I'm Jenny Gumolon, you can call me Jenny, a sponsorship and partnership lead of GDG Cebu.
Hi everyone, my name is James Gullies and I am a marketing creative specialist.
Hi, my name is Francis Marie Teves and I'm the current community manager of GDG Cebu.
I've been attending nearly every event of GDG since 2016.
Since 2016?
Since 2017.
Since last year.
Since I was in college. So yeah, I think it's like more than 30 so far.
My favorite event is the Women Tech Makers Cebu 2019 since this is my first time leading an event.
Was the DevFest in 2017. Why? Because it was the first time I hosted anything in my life.
Google I/O Extended.
WTM International Women's Day celebration of this year.
2017. And it's DevFest.
DevFest 2013 back in college for sure because it started everything. Even though I was there for the free shirt and the free food, but it definitely opened my interest in community work and taking new challenges and risks. So that's what DDG does. It opens you to new things that you don't know that you can actually do in the future.
I think the biggest challenge for me in tech right now is the constant stream of updates in technology. It's kind of hard to really focus on something and be updated in everything else.
As its broadness, since I don't know what field to further focus on, so yeah.
Should I be doing this or should I be doing that? Finding that clear path. And with GDG, it's becoming clearer because you get to see little things by experts, talk to them, experience what they do. And that's the cool part of being part of the community.
There are actually a lot.
My family, a lot of friends. I have a few mentors and the people I met along the way while I'm here in GDG.
Actually, from my professors in college, from people, developer relations who had, sponsored my event for I/O. Thank you guys. But Shad and Mommy Shell, Mommy Eileen, hi, shout out.
Well, the most memorable thing right now is because of GDG, I met friends outside the country. So they recommended me to speak in an event which was in Singapore. So I was able to deliver a talk there. So that was really a nice thing for me.
GDG actually helped me expand my horizon, and it actually helped me as well to network, not just in the Philippines but outside the country as well. So right now I was able to have connections and networks and collaborations as well throughout Southeast Asia.
GDG has opened new doors for us. It has helped us create impact not just in our local people who know GDG, but also to those who don't know the community yet. So big thumbs up to everyone involved, to everyone who was involved, and to everyone who will be involved with GDG. And that's all for me. My name is Francis.
I'm Jessa Padrola.
I'm James Gullies.
I'm Jenny Gumolon. I'm Frenche.
My name is Mark Robin. That's my story. So what's yours?
I didn't really think that there was gender parity or anything, not until I got into college when I saw that, hey, I'm the only girl here. And that was weird. I didn't really believe that only men can build things. I mean, I should be able to build things as well. I wanted to change that. That's why I wanted to help more young girls to take up courses in science, technology, engineering, and math, because I want more girls, I want more women in technology. There are a lot of gender issues in the workplace. I just want to focus on what really matters to me. And we can't do anything about what people think about us, but at least we can do something about ourselves. Maybe the worst thing that could happen if we try to focus on those things is that we get better. Well, I think if you see someone who has potential, We have to pave the way or make way or open the doors for them. These girls would just shine bright if you're there beside them or leading them.
Technology because it's just so amazing seeing how many things are possible.
Technology is limitless, that's why I love it so much.
You'd be able to see real evolution of this world. It gives you the solution to your day-to-day problems and allows you to achieve so many things without limitations.
It makes the world a bit closer. It makes people connected.
It provides me educational resources that are necessary for my growth and development, both professionally and personally.
You can imagine that before we didn't have this much advanced technology back then, especially in the time of like cavemen.
Technology also enables me to connect to people that are far from my current place but are closer to my heart.
To make a difference, you can actually do it one bug fix at a time. It does not only make life easier, but it also makes life worth living.
And things are moving so quickly that things that weren't possible like 5 years ago are like really possible and really popular today.
By loving technology, what I am doing is that I am bridging the gap between non-tech and tech-related individuals.
I make sure that the IT system of our partners are safe and secure.
My curiosity for technology, I can do more with computer, and began learning more about it. And from there, I developed the passion.
My career in tech is actually multiple. I am a community builder at Google Developers Group Cebu. I'm a freelance tech host, but every day I work as a software engineer.
I've chosen this path so that I could be a witness of what the world was, what the world is, and what this world could be. I am an IT student, gearing as an IT professional.
I really wanted to make things that people used, things that mattered, things that people enjoyed or helped them.
I volunteer for GDG Cebu in every event that we actually organize.
To code, to actually design, and to make people happy. That's one of the things that I like about my job.
I'm a graduate student at the University of Southern California, where I'm, pursuing my graduate degree in computer science, specializing specifically in data science.
I am a woman tech maker.
I am a woman tech maker.
I'm a woman tech maker.
I'm a woman tech maker.
I am a woman tech maker.
I am a woman tech maker.
All right. Hi, everyone. We're back for the afternoon session of the International Women's Day 2021. All right. So let us check our online live viewers if they are still here watching our live. So if you're there watching our live, can you comment a heart emoji to our Facebook and a YouTube live? Okay, let's wait if there is someone who will comment heart emoji. And then we'll start. Okay. Hello. All right. We have someone, Eliza and Eric, who is commenting. All right, everyone's here for a live and is ready for our afternoon session. So, all right. So first, let me plug our contest for this whole day whole Women's Day. So also our contest, which is the hashtag Courage to Create Stories and the hashtag IWD 2021 Experience highlights and get a chance to win a 300 pesos worth of Grab vouchers. Mechanics and the feedback forms links are in the comment section. So check it out. So to formally introduce our first speaker for this afternoon session, Miss Zil Cuevas Canuel. So Zil worked as an office-based software engineer for more than 6 years, 3 years of which she was the head of the programming team. Wow! She is a digital nomad for 3 years now, doing a little bit of everything. Recently, she has co-founded Very Basic Tech Talks, which is an initiative to promote tech literacy to the non-tech crowd. So, without further ado, let us welcome Miss Zil Cuevas Canuel. Virtual.
Hi, so I'm Zell. I've been in the tech industry for more than a decade now. So I did a lot of hands-on coding and planning, designing, debugging, and optimizations. I did work on developments and even databases, architecture. I also managed a team and projects before. And then I started my digital nomad journey more than 3 years ago. And now I'm doing a little bit of everything. So today I will share to you collaboration tools for developers and or digital nomads. And so for the past year, we experienced great shift when it comes to our culture. So a lot of companies were forced to adjust to the circumstances. So today, majority of us have adapted to the new normal. So Mark Lobosco, the VP of Talent Solutions ng LinkedIn said, now that companies have built the framework and experienced the cost and time savings associated with it, there's no real reason to turn back. So with the pandemic, it has changed yung work environment natin. And now that we experience a different kind of work setup and environment, we know that we won't totally go back to the way we were before. So let me ask you, based dun sa experience nyo of working from home, what does your dream workplace look like? Yan. So for me, it's where I don't need a digital background during online meetings. So I want to work anywhere as long as there's an internet connection and there's yung power outlet where I can connect my devices. Yan, di ba? So one of my goals is to work in the middle of the Bahamas. But ngayong nagkaroon tayo ng pandemic, a lot of us experience working from home. But even before pandemic, pre-pandemic period, yung work from home culture is already on the rise. Yan. So this is a survey done by United States Census Bureau. So between the year 2000 and 2010, there's an increase in the number of people who worked at least one day at home per week. So from 9.2 million, naging 13.4 million yung mga nag-work from home or working remotely. So one of the benefits ng mga companies in especially in the Bay Area is working from home. So a lot of them hindi sila pumapasok every day. So probably 3 days a week tapos yung 2 days other days work from home na. And some of the benefits of working from home, 'di ba, na there's less commute time, uh, location independent. So anywhere you are, you can do your work. And another thing is yung customizable office. You can work dun sa space na suited sa comfortability mo. You can work either kahit makalat yung desk mo or you want it neat. You can customize your office. We also can save more resources when it comes to time and yung cost din since wala ang commute time. And there's more freedom with our time, especially for women. So, sabi ni Sarah Maskov na tech should be a really great job for women and families. You just need a computer and you don't always have to be in the office. So, for women, 'di ba, at some point in our lives, we're going to transition na when we start a family na dodoble ang responsibilities and it's a challenge to balance yung career and family time. But in the tech industry, it's very um, accommodating for women who are transitioning to having families kasi nga hindi naman kailangan na laging present sa office but you just need yun nga computer and yung connectivity and then you can do your work already. So how does this new setup affects team collaboration? So let us look at the collaboration process. Diba? So there, first is yung invitation is when we invite people who will be part of our project. And then next is the conversation. This is where the brainstorming, planning, and requirements gathering will happen. There's a lot of discussions here. Then next is decisions. When we set our goals, when we set yung vision natin for the project and the plans, and then after that is the implementation process where we manage, di ba, yung mga task na natatapos. But this is just a rough overview of the collaboration process. And a lot of the steps under each stages are done face to face. But with the challenges that we are facing these days and with the new work setup, a lot of those steps has to be done online also. And there are processes that we cannot do the way we do it before. So we need to bridge the gap dun sa mga processes na yun. So that's where our topic for today will come in. So if you heard yung saying na there's an app for that and let machines do their work, 'di ba? Kasi what we want is to finish our work or to be productive na without doing a lot of manual labor. So to help us speed up our processes and minimize manual labor, we need to use the right tools. So most of you are probably already using the tools that I will mention here. But more than the tools, I want to put emphasis on the process of using them and the reason behind why we are using such tools. Yan. So let me start with communication tools. Yan. So most of this nagagamit natin every day, 'di ba? With the team meetings and communications. So these are essential tools that we need, especially if we are doing remote work. If we are doing yung remote collaboration with our teams, we need to be available most of the time, especially during if you have a definite work hours. you need to be reachable through these channels. So, these tools, may mga tools akong mention na mag-overlap with other categories because these days the apps that we have are multi-functional. It doesn't just serve one purpose, but we can use it on a lot of other processes also. So here, yeah, we see yeah, mga chat tools and video conferencing tools, even mail. And especially sa email din, ba we communicate yung mga urgent matters. Ayan. So next is storage. Ayan. Storage, cloud storage. We need to back up our files in the cloud if we want to share it with our team. So we want our files to be yung real time yung updates ng files natin, and we don't want to have conflicts dun sa content ng file with the other members of the team. If changes are made by other people, we want to see yung records of those changes. So here are some of the available storage services that we have now we can use. So I think most of you are familiar with these providers. Yan. Next is yung files and documents. So ito, a lot of our documents has to be synced then, especially yung mga data na dapat real time makikita yung changes. And if we have a lot of manuals or yung project requirements, proposals, pitch documents, this is the tools that we can use. So as you can see, we have the Google Docs, Google Spreadsheet, and the presentations. Tapos Dropbox, Paper, Kodak, Quip, and Airtable. So, yan. As you can see, wala yung mga names nung products, logos lang. So, let's see if you can recognize these logos. Next, yung knowledge base wiki. So here, ito yung mga, it's a bit similar to the documents, but this provides a more complex structure of files. So meron kasi dito yung mga, ito na yung knowledge base contents, na if we want a more structured and more formatted contents, we can use these services. So we have Slab, the Bit AI, Notion, and then Confluence, Light Help Juice, and Team. This one I forgot. What's the name? Yeah, it's also a knowledge base wiki. Yeah, so online whiteboard. So these online whiteboard tools are used for brainstorming. During face-to-face meetings, diba, we use whiteboards, physical whiteboards where we can visually explain or visually present yung ideas natin. But during online meetings, it's a bit challenging, but these tools can allow us to express ideas and to map out yung mga strategies or plans or even designs that we want to discuss with our team. So we can use it during brainstorming sessions. Yan. So next is, diba, part of the development process is the design and prototyping. So at this stage, we want to see yung magiging output ng project natin, and it allows us to present and to allow us to present to our customers then yung project na gagawin natin to avoid yung misunderstandings. Kasi minsan sa requirements, pag textual lang, pwedeng magkaroon ng misinterpretation. But this design and prototyping tools will help us visualize the final product. Yung kanina, I think there's a discussion about design thinking. So you may ask Miss Josan to yung mga ginagamit niyang tools for her process then. Yeah, this version control. So most of us, if you are writing codes, you're familiar with this version control. So this is the Google source repository, GitHub, GitLab, Assembla, and Bitbucket. So these are our online repositories that we can use to commit yung mga changes natin um, sa projects natin. So this is to sync din yung to sync yung lahat ng updates ng member of the dev team. And it allows us then to resolve conflicts, especially if two members of the team modify the same files. This will help us to track lahat ng changes and lahat ng conflicts and to resolve them and to see yung progress when it comes to the code base. So here are some of this continuous integration and continuous deployment tools, diba? This is one of the important things na pwede na kailangan nating gamitin in order for us to see yung the builds that we have. Kasi usually iba yung test, magkaiba yung staging instance natin, and then magkaiba yung testing instance and the production instance. So these tools will help keep track of those instances and yung mga releases na available on those instances. So sometimes during the testing phase, we have different releases for each type of test. Like if you're doing stress test or black box testing or even yung usability testing, sometimes we need the different release or versions for those stages. So these tools will help us see kung anong instance yung presently or anong version yung presently being used at a certain instance. Yeah, next, these are some of the project management tools. So Asana, Jira, Trello, ClickUp, Rike, Monday.com, and Smartsheet. So these are tools that we can use to see yung mga task na natatapos, yung progress ng project. And this is not just exclusive for developers, but even for other stakeholders sa project. So this is very important, especially for the people managing the teams and people who wants to see kung anong stage na yung project. So this is very helpful, especially when it comes to tracking yung deadlines and yung mga task na kailangan pang gawin and task na natapos na and sino yung assigned to do that task. Yan. Yan. So, ngayon, I presented a lot of different tools, but there are so many other tools pa available that we can use. With all of those tools available, how do we know what tools to use? So here are some tips on how to choose the right tool. So first is you have to find tools that suit your needs and processes. Not all tools are applicable for your methodologies. So you have to find those tools that supports yung needs nyo. Kasi pwedeng top one nga yung isang tool but then it's not fitted. It's not fit for the way you do things. So it won't increase din yung productivity on your end. So you have to find one that suits your needs and your processes. Next is explore, compare, and evaluate. So, because there's a lot of available tools out there, try to explore and compare yung mga products and services and to see kung alin dun yung pinaka-okay sa team nyo. Third is consider the cost. Yan. So, the cost, sometimes you're paying too much for a tool that you don't use that much. So you have to see din yung usability and gano'n nyo siya kadalas ginagamit. Utilization factor. You don't want to spend a lot on something na hindi naman ganun ka-useful for your team. So, yan, one of the considerations. Next is you choose usability and simplicity. Better yung minimalist, but then it allows you to do a lot of things in a few clicks na hindi mahirap i-navigate and then madaling matutunan, hindi steep yung learning curve. Next is assess the impact on productivity. After some time, if that tool does not really help or does not improve yung productivity and output, then maybe you need to look for other tools that are more helpful for you. Yeah. So how to have an effective online collaboration? Since tools are just tools and they don't really um, improve yung process and the methodologies. They just help speed up the processes. But sometimes other factors affect yung collaboration natin. Na even if we are using a cutting edge technology, if we don't have yung best practices, then it won't affect much our productivity. So here are some tips to a successful collaboration. One is you have to communicate proactively. You might be using like 3 or more than 2 um, messaging channels, but if you're not available or you're not responding to your team members, you're not being transparent with with what's happening on your end, then it's not useful, 'di ba? So important thing is we have to communicate proactively with our team. We have to keep them updated and in sync with the progress that we are making. Next is we have to set clear goals and expectations. So ito, without the vision or without an end goal, we're just going to do a lot of different things. And minsan, sa sobrang daming tool din na ginagamit natin, hindi natin alam kung saan tayo magsa-start. Like, when you start the day, ano bang una mo i-open na tool? Because there's no clear goal and you don't know the process. And so, it's confusing how to proceed with the things that we are doing. Yeah, next is define roles and responsibilities. Ayun, this is related from the previous explanation na sinabi ko. It is important that we know ano yung expectations natin, ano yung role natin. So we know ano yung ano yung pinaka-kailangan nating tool with the responsibilities that are given to us. 4 is organize the process. If there's no seamless or there's no organized way of doing things, then yun, magulo din and we don't know how to proceed to the final output. So it's important na the process is smooth and there's na communicate ng mabuti yung process, and everyone is complying with those processes. Yan. Fifth is we have to invest in best practices. Kasi even if we have yung modern technologies na ginagamit natin, but if we don't have good habits, especially, di ba, when it comes to development, we need to have a clear plan. Pero some people, ano, they just go code agad immediately without documenting the process. So it's best to invest in best practices kasi the tools will just help use na to do the processes or the practices efficiently. But these practices, ito magre-reflect to with with how we use our tools. Yan. So sixth is meet our deadlines. So it's important that we are on time, that we don't miss our deadlines kasi yung some people are dependent on our outputs. Yung task nila are dependent on the things that we deliver. So it's best that we always be on time with our deliverables. Yan. So lastly, ito, technology you use impresses no one. The experience you create with it is everything. So tools are just tools, and hindi naman masyadong nagma-matter eh, 'di ba? Ano yung ginamit mong tool? But what matters is the final product that you present with the tools that you use. And it's especially yung experience nga as you do or as you go through the process of development and working with other people. Yeah. So here are some of the some of my digital nomad adventures. So this was I traveled a lot before I got married, and I work everywhere. I just bring my laptop as long as there's internet connection. Sometimes I just use mobile data. But as long as I am connected, then I can do my work anywhere. So this is one of the perks of working remotely or working anywhere. Kasi you can choose nga a comfortable place, a relaxing place as you do your work. Yeah. So because I want my office to be wherever I feel like hanging out that day. So as I end, I want to share this quote from Matt Mullenweg, which is the CEO of Automatic and co-founder of WordPress. Sabi niya, technology is best when it brings people together. So tools are there to bridge the gap between people and between team members. It helps us to collaborate more and to come up with the best product or service available. So it's not dependent yung end goal natin is not to use the best tools but to deliver the best product with the tools that we have. Yeah, so that's it for my talk, and I hope you learn something. You learn something meaningful with what I've shared.
Thank you, Ms. L. We just have a few more questions for you to answer. What should people who aren't accustomed to remote work do to get psychologically ready for it?
I think you have to establish a routine first. Kasi at first, kasi I worked like 6 years full-time in a corporate setting, office-based setting. So when I transitioned to remote work, it wasn't easy kasi 'di ba it's too comfortable at home.
Yeah.
Tapos you want to do a lot of other things.
Yeah,
Yan.
that's
But
true.
what helped me is yung I establish a routine, daily routine, and to be disciplined then, to develop yung discipline of doing my task on time. Yun.
Yeah.
But it takes a while then to adjust. Pero as you stick yun nga to your routine and to your commitment, then it will eventually you'll eventually adapt.
Okay. Our next question, please. What has communication been like with team leaders, managers, and directors?
And so it's important to have regular meetings, scheduled meetings with the people, especially with yun nga, superiors and even leaders. Um, I think most of the meetings with with people in higher position, they want to keep it short, 'di ba? Parang
Yeah.
digested. They want the summary of everything that's happening. So we keep it short and um yun, sometimes if na-communicate like other platforms kasi, other project management platforms na available, may communication. I mean, there's you'll see everything that's happening. So sometimes even without nalilesen na yung time for regular meetings, or if it's just really necessary to discuss something, tsaka lang may regular meetings. But with that project management tools, they can see updates, they can see, makikita nila yung overview. So most of the questions na meron sila, ma-answer na as they visit or as they use din yung mga tools yun. Or,
Yeah.
the logs, and that they see the progress of each project.
Okay. Next question. What's the first thing that leaders and individual managers can do to help their employees get ready?
I think it's best to establish din yung um, the process, the workflow. Like in databases, we have this concept na high availability.
Yeah.
So I think this applies also to the way we do work, in a sense that even if like certain circumstances happen, your procedures should be able to adapt with yung business processes and business operations um, should be able to what you call it, parang to survive, or na hindi siya affected masyado ng. So I think it's best na to come up with a plan, with strategies, yun, invest in strategies, and to prepare yung mga tao, employees, sa strategy na yon, and to equip them. Hindi kasi parang sometimes yung what happened for most of us, 'di ba, when the pandemic happened, hindi prepared. So there's a lot of shift na nangyari, and nahirapan mostly yung
Okay.
yung mga tao to adjust because the system, the operation is not ready for such setup. So I think they have to uh, ano uh, think in advance, and or prepare a plan in advance na if this happens, so this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Ayun. And it's
A backup
important
plan.
na equipped yung mga
Yeah.
employees.
Okay. For the last question, what are some of the things that leaders can do to create a good remote culture?
I think I worked with other kasi during when I was doing freelance jobs before. So I work with other nationalities then. So For those people na naka-work ko, they connect then personally with their team members. So it's important na ma-establish din yung trust and yung communication and yung openness, the dependence on each other din. Kasi it's a team nga.
Yeah.
And hindi lang, sometimes it's not just about the output, pero how you work with other people in your team. Na sometimes kasi 'di ba yung thinking na tapos na ako sa task ko. So bahala na siya kung hindi niya matapos. But when we talk about teamwork, we have to support, 'di ba?
Yeah.
On other areas din na kailangan ng help even if you're done with your responsibilities.
Yeah.
So I think one of the things is um to foster a good yung teamwork,
Yeah.
the synergy of team members. You have to create avenues then for yun nga to increase yung yung trust sa isa't isa. Diba? So
Yeah.
I think yeah.
Yeah, I think that is it. Thank you, Miss Zell, for
Thank
sharing your
you.
knowledge.
Thank you.
By the way, multi-track sessions will start at 1:40 p.m. For those who wants to join the WTM Ambassadors Fireside Chat, visit the Track 2 sessions at WTM Baguio Facebook page and YouTube channel. For our next speaker, she develops and manages web application using Vue.js and Flask using Agile. She also loves reading novels, playing games, and sleeping as her hobbies. And as much as possible, she provides knowledge to people who she could help. Let's all welcome WorkBean's lead software engineer, Marie Daniline Bulusan.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Marie Danilin Bulusan. I'm lead software engineer of WorkWin, and I would like to talk about what's new in Flutter. But before that, let's go to vibe check. Could you comment if you are um, Flutter developer, non-Flutter developer, or just non-dev? That would be great. I'm going to wait for comment if there is. Okay. Um, for but before I proceed, let's just talk about what is Flutter. Um, Flutter it was released on in May 2017 as as mobile UI framework. Now it state as UI toolkit for building native complied application for mobile, web, and desktop from a single base code. Because of it, it is easier to maintain because the artifacts are centralized. So let's talk about the advantages. Mm, We have three main advantages advantages of Flutter: fast, cheaper, and the community. Uh, it state that it is fast in terms of performance because Flutter performs 60 frames per second on most devices and 120 frames per second on devices supporting Flutter. We know that to see is to believe. So, in Verita, a custom software development company creates a deep performance comparison with native, React Native, and Flutter, and it shows native is best in terms of both performance and usage. Native is CPU heavy operation, while Flutter is great for fit for such as tasks and both CPU and memory standpoint. It is fast in terms of testing because Flutter adapts any platform. QA team does not need to check two apps, or dev don't need to write two test to test twice. It is faster in terms of development because Flutter is one code base in any platform. It is fast in terms of business because it easy to go online and expand their influence on electronic platforms. So we all know MVP application create 2 to 3 months. So Flutter is cheaper in terms of development because you could already create MVP in 2 to 3 months throughout the platform. So it's it's cheaper in terms of business because you could look and hire one dev in multiple platforms rather than look and hire specialized developers separately. Also, because your application artifacts are centralized, it creates more deployment and less development. So, one of the advantages is the community. Community of Flutters is rapid growing. They and the Google provide excellent support for developer and user. While you check when you check inside on Stack Overflow, you could see Flutter are rapidly increasing. More plugins and packages are built in PubDev for ease in development. So we know no one is perfect, and Flutter is also have disadvantages. And these two main major disadvantages: the development process and the developer. In terms of development process, uh, although Flutter is one of the best toolkits to create great app, the language is written in Dart, and Dart is not great. It it doesn't change in client, but some dev complaints code generation is quite troublesome. No JSON support, which means you need to serialize it before using it, and no test submodules, and that the quality of media plugins, for example, video player, is far from perfect. But dev know how to deal it with those issues. It's more like knowing your enemy first to deal with it. So it is disadvantages in developer because Flutter is a baby versus the other programming languages and framework. It has poor developer, a small pool of developer. So when you can't find professional dev and you want to create application using Flutter, you need to upskill your current developer. Flutter is easy to learn, but need 1 to 2 months to adapt truly. So time consuming and expensive. So last will be few third parties library. Don't get me wrong, okay? Flutter have a great libraries and they are increasing. But when you compare it to other programming languages and framework, it's still lower. So let's talk about the main topic. So what is new? So just this March 3, Flutter announced their version 2. So major upgrades because enables developer to create portable application apps for any platform. You can use the same code base to ship native app from 5 operating system: iOS, Android, Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, as well as web experience targeting browser such as Chrome, Firefox, Safari, or Edge. It can be it can even embedded in cars, TVs, homes appliances. It broadened from mobile framework to portable framework, unleashing you up throughout wide varied different platform with little to no change. So in stable web version is moving from beta to stable. Um, it focuses 4 areas, which is the performance, web-specific features, which is the PWA, de- desktop form factors, which is customizing interactive scroll bar, shortcut scroll, and plugins. In terms of web performance, it has 2 types of rendering modes: the HTML renderer and the Canvas kit renderer. HTML renderer combines HTML, CSS, Canvas, and SVG elements. So has a smaller download size. Whereas Canvas Kit renderer consists with Flutter mobile and desktop. It has a faster performance with higher widget density, but it adds 2 MB in your download size. So you can see here, there is ano, to run a Flutter in web, you could just run Flutter run dash D Chrome if you want to run it in Chrome, or Edge if you want to run it in Edge, etc. So to build Flutter with web, you could just run Flutter build web or Flutter run dash dash release and select Chrome or Edge or any browser related application. So you could also select what kind of renderer you choose by using the dash dash web renderer. It has 3 options: the auto, HTML, and Canva kit. The auto, which is the default, it chooses which renderer you use. The option chooses HTML renderer when the application is running in mobile browser, and Canvas kit renderer when the app is running in desktop browser. While HTML always use HTML renderer, and Canva kits always use Canva kit renderer. So when launching a web, web server, you could just set server like Python HTTP dot server 8080 any port, or using the HTTPD package uh, to run your web application. Your web application is stored in build slash web directory. Next will be the desktop application. To make easier, to make it more easy, desktop application entered an stable early stage in Flutter 2. It has a beta snapshot. So beta snapshot is just um, you could run any desktop support without needing or switching to Flutter beta channel. But if you need a latest version of the desktop support, you need to switch in beta channel. Of course, it is not yet recommended to release a desktop application until the desktop support is stable. But first, if Flutter is not enable at first in your application, so you need to enable the desktop application. So you could run Flutter config, enable Windows if you want to enable Windows desktop, Mac OS if Mac OS, and Linux if you want Linux desktop. When you're building a desktop application, you need to state if it is Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. So this is one of the major update because Dart 2.12 has a sound null safety concept. So Dart is 100% sure that all your files, elements cannot be null. But with sound null safety, you could just add question mark to say that this variable or this element could be null. But you need to set it to 2.12 version of Dart. So, monetizing application using ad has been one of the major popular requests of many Flutter developer. Flutter ad support available through Google Mobile Ads SDK for Flutter. It's still in beta mode, but it could use. It is work both ad mode and ad manager. So, and it supports a variety ad formats. So these are the samples of ads. The last will be the latest iOS widget. So they have new search tag field, if you can see here, and form search and form row text form field to produce validate form fields with iOS section visualize aesthetic. So before we end, case if you don't need Flutter, according to UG's research, you need you don't need Flutter if you have a very small size application, because as I said previously, that Flutter is have a large size because it's around 1 to 3 MB. And you don't need Flutter if you need to use hot code pushes. It is a feature allows you to update apps without going through app reviews. So you don't need to wait 2 to 3 days until update is reviewed by App Store. That's all with it. Thank you and hope you learned something.
Now we'll just have a few questions for you to answer. if
Okay.
there is. Guys, do you have a question? Okay, so far we don't have any questions. So, okay. Um, I'll just improvise na lang. Um, um, for those who wants to know about Flutter, is it easy to use, or like what is it like for you as from your experience?
It's easy to learn Flutter, especially if you have an history developing to other platform or other programming languages. You could also there is a documentation in Flutter where you can compare from JavaScript or HTML to Flutter code, so it's easy for you to transform from one programming language dev to Flutter dev.
Okay. Um, upon learning it, did you find it hard, or how was it
Mm,
for you? What can
for
you what
me,
are your tips for those who wants to learn it
if
in
you
depth?
want to learn it, Flutter, you could just go to their website. Everything is there. They also have like uh like an exercise for you. But
Mm-hmm.
if really sometimes when you learn new things, you need someone to to be with you. So
Yeah.
you could just you could just ask some devs that, hey, do you want to learn Flutter? Could you join me to learn Flutter so that you could learn together?
Okay. I think that would be all. Thank you, Miss Danelin,
Thank
for your
you.
talk.
Uh, mm, Thank
Oh, okay.
you.
There's one more question, I think.
Uh,
What are the best editors for Flutter development?
you could choose in Flutter documentation they support two IDEs, which is the Android Studio and the VS Code, which is commonly used by the developer. And I choose VS Code because it is handy for me. It's
Yeah.
not bulk like unlike the Android Studio.
Okay. I think that would be all. Thank you, Miss Danelin.
Thank you. Have a great day,
You
everyone.
too. Our next speaker for today is well known as Jet by her colleagues and students. Currently, she is the assistant for school systems and Center for Information Technology Services in Ateneo de Zamboanga University. She led the systems development team, which composes of software and hardware engineers in ADSU. They develop most of their systems in-house from scratch, and some of her favorite projects are their school management systems. AR turn and arms monitoring system with integrated power management. She is also a part-time faculty teaching mobile application development for engineering department of College of Science and Information Technology. She have been developing software either for leisure or corporate use for more than a decade, and it has always been her passion since high school. Let's all welcome um, Ateneo de Zamboanga University Assistant for School Systems and part-time faculty, Miss Jolicar B. Maranga.
in the computer science department. Okay, for a while. Sorry. Okay, sorry, nakamute ako. Okay, I'm live. Okay, again, I'm Jolly Carmaranga, and I'm currently the assistant for school systems. Yes, we develop our own systems in-house, and also um, I also teach in the computer engineering, sorry, in the engineering department and computer science department. Sometimes CS related courses and also mobile app development. So this afternoon, I'm going to share with you about the overview of Android mobile app development from design to deployment. So, okay. I would like to start with this quote, this one. Mobile app development is a multifaceted beast. So this is from one of the books I've read when I was still starting. It struck me the most because during that time, I was not sure on what it what it really meant. And when I started development in the mobile app development already, along the way, especially during teaching, I realized that this is one of the most accurate quotes regarding mobile app development. When we develop mobile apps, we might encounter a lot of things and lots of different languages and different tools. And we might see ourselves jumping from one scripting language, from one tool to another. We don't worry too much about that because Google has also lots of things and tools that can help you with the development. Also, because of how big the world of mobile app development is, we cannot thoroughly discuss everything right here now. Also, the stages and phases that I'll be sharing are not absolute. These are not the only way to do this. So, some people might have their own way, or some companies might have their own phases in the development. I can share with you what you most likely will encounter, especially when you start developing your first app. Okay. So before we go to the design, we have to know what we should design first, right? So formulating the idea, keeping one, and executing one. So where can we possibly get an app idea? Okay, we can get it probably based on problems and challenges that we might encounter, or maybe problems of your friends and family members that a mobile app can solve. So that's one source of idea. I'd like to share with you last year during the lockdown. So only my husband was allowed to go out and do the groceries. So what I did, I wanted to help him in the grocery. So what I did was a simple mobile application that lists the grocery items that I want to buy, and I've also included a simple map of the grocery store because I don't want him to look for an item for hours when I already know where it's located, right? So that's a source of an idea. Another source could be a demand or market vacuum. So for example, you can think of something that people want right now. So you think of what do the public or users want now that is not readily available in the market. So you can address it by developing an app for that. Okay. And we never underestimate the power of reading. So read from articles, online books, because they might also information or insights regarding an app idea. Now, if you have an app idea, for example, especially those students and other people that shares their idea with me, one of the challenge or most common challenges and worries is that that app already exists. So they're a little bit scared that the app is already there in the market. So I always tell them that no, it's okay if there's a similar app. Of course, if you will do an exactly the same application, then it might be questionable. But the question should really be, what is the difference between your idea compared to that app in the market? So, for example, if you have additional value that you can give to the users or to the public, then I think it's a good, no, it's good to pursue that app idea, even though similar ones exist. We always remember that Google is not the first search engine, right? So even though there are lots of search engines during that time, they still develop this. So similarly, no, if the app is existing, you can still develop that. And also, one of the worries is that I don't want to share or discuss it with anyone because I always tell them to ask people about their idea because it's good if other you have insights from other people, you have a different view of the app. Now, if you don't really want to share that, that's okay, or you can make non-disclosure agreement if you want. But for me, the app idea is just a small portion of the actual mobile application project. So for me, it's okay to share it with somebody. So my challenge for you right now is to think of a mobile app. What is it that you want to develop? Or what idea or what problem would you like to uh, address? Maybe later after this event or tomorrow you start planning regarding that app. So speaking of planning, this is like building a house. We don't go directly coding it. That's one common mistake. Um, it's easier to erase from paper or hit backspace than revise blocks of codes, right? So we plan for example, the name of your app, the tagline, your target users or your target market, so who will use your app, the contents of your app, the color theme, not necessarily your favorite color, but if you want, then it would be okay, but not necessarily your favorite color. Um, this one, the monetization. So I'd like to include how to monetize my app, even though, for example, the grocery app, I don't really plan to sell it. But during the planning and design, I would like to think, how can I monetize it? Because if we gain money or if we receive money from it, why not, diba? So it's good to include it in the planning phase, in the design phase as well. Google has some monetization strategies. We have the free and paid app versions model. So this one, you can the user can download your app for free, but if they want to use certain features and functions, then you might ask for some payment. Like this is also called the premium membership model. So they will pay before accessing those additional features. There's also the free app with in-app purchases model. So similarly, app download for free. And then if they want to, for example, they want to dress their character or they want to advance to a level, they will buy something from your app. And also the free app with subscription model. So download the app for free, but for them to be able to use it or to fully utilize it, they have to be subscribed. Another thing is the paid app model. Now this one, when they download their app or your app, if they download it, they will have to pay for it first. So if you want to have this strategy, we make sure that your app is, really needed to the point that they are really willing to pay for it. Okay. So there's also a partnership model. This one, companies might approach you, or you might, approach some companies that you know for sponsorship opportunities to get their brand, their products on your mobile application. Okay. So for designing, you can use FSD. This is a simple functional specification document where you write the details of your app, your master plan, your overview of your app, the functions that you want to put. And you can also create a user flow diagram. This is really helpful, especially to know um, what will happen after a user taps something or when a user selects a button, what will happen next. So the user flow diagram can address that. Or any format that you are comfortable of, you can use anything. If you want to put it on the paper, as long as you're comfortable with it, then go, you can do that. Then you can sketch your wireframe and you can design your mock-up. So for the wireframe, this is like low fidelity images or representation of your app. These are like stencils. You can draft a quick wireframe on paper. Similarly, on the grocery app, I just drew it on the paper and then later on coded it. So it's good to have an idea of your app even before coding it. We also have some useful tools. You can use pop tools, so you can check this later or maybe tomorrow. um, you can check Marvel app. This one is you can see the mobile app, sorry, your wireframe in your mobile phone without having to code your mobile app first. So this is a really cool tool, pop tools. Or if you don't want to use that, you can use wireframing tools like Framer or Figma. So you can do wireframe there. And also mock-ups. We can have, it's better to really have mock-ups. These are high fidelity representation of your design and it looks like the real thing already. So you have an idea on what your app will look like, okay, on your phone or on the tablet. So for mock-ups, we have some mock-up software like mockups.com, Figma. I've been using these tools. And also, if you're a programmer, you can go directly to Android Studio IDE. So I also do this. After my wireframe sketch, I go to the IDE and do the mockups there. It's really, really, for example, if you are not yet coding in mobile apps, it's really friendly. So the Android Studio IDE is free to download and very user friendly. Even if you don't have programming experience, you can just drag and drop elements. If you want text fields there, buttons, then you will have the mock-ups of your site. So there's no real functionality yet, but it's still good to preview your app on the phone, on the device. Okay. So for the designing tools, if you feel so disheartened because you don't know how to design, but you really want to do your app, there are tools from Google. This one is the material design. You can access that in material.io. They give you material design guidelines. So this is like telling you what can be done to have a um, good app with good user interface, and for the users to have good user experience when interacting with your app. They also have list of components that you can use, and guides on which component to use. Then regarding icons, they have articles about icons, what icons to use, and the sizes of icons. And they also have material components for the web, accessibility guidelines, and developer tutorials. So material design is relatively new, but it's very helpful. For example, if you don't have coding experience, zero programming experience, the developer tutorials and the material design tools are really helpful for people who want to get into mobile app development. Okay, this is one example of the design tool from material.io. This is the color palette chooser. So if you feel like you don't know how to choose colors, just like me, don't worry, because Google has a tool in material.io to help you with that. So they have this color palette chooser to help you with your primary, secondary, and other colors in your app. So the goal is to have a good app that looks good to the users. So you can use that. Okay, planning is basically organizing your thoughts and realizing a lot of things along the way. So I really encourage you to plan. Sometimes it's overwhelming, especially if there are lots of things that you want to put in your app. And what may be helpful is that you start with the MVP, where your app has its core functionalities first. So the minimum viable product to get your app running. And for things or features that can wait, don't dismiss the idea. Don't disregard that feature. You can write it on your document in your FSD, and then later on you can go back to that, and you already have a plan for updates on your app, right? Okay. Now we go to the programming, the app development. This is the programming and implementation stage or phase of your app. So for the programming, you might choose to hire app development company. They are experts in their field. They have a team to take care of your app. They can also give important insights. So I used to work for a development company, although not mobile app, but software development company before. And then upon the consultation stage or phase, the company might give you some useful insights that you can use in your project. They are also quite expensive because they maintain, operational costs and all. But some companies may adjust to your budget as well. Okay, so if you don't want companies, you can hire freelance app developers or freelancers. So you can find these freelancers from freelancing websites like Upwork, or maybe you know someone that can code and you can give the app idea to them, and then and your design, and then they will code it for you. Or maybe from network of friends. Just be careful with freelancers. I mean, there are lots of good freelancers out there. We also freelance before. What I say is that be careful in choosing one, because you'll be exposing your whole plan to them, to the freelancer. Usually, for the payment, they can be paid by hour or by milestone. For example, one milestone, they will show it to you, and then after that, you will send the payment to them. Okay. Or if you don't want to hire companies and develop your app, you can develop your app. You can develop the app yourself. So it's relatively cheaper because you're the one who's going to do it. It's highly customizable and it's fun. I know I encourage you to try it. It's really really fun, doing something and then looking at it on the phone gives you a certain kind of accomplishment. So Google can guide you when you want to develop your app. They have these code labs for practices. They have developer that google.com for tutorials, and similarly they are friendly for to users or to people who didn't have programming background. And there are also lots of tools, for example, Flutter and Xamarin to help you develop apps faster. Even if you don't want to code the app yourself, it's always a good idea to learn how to code. You can still benefit from it, so I really highly encourage you to do that, to learn how to code. And for example, you have features and functionalities you want to put in your app, you will have a rough estimate on how long will it take to code it or how much will it cost, right? Because you know how to code. Okay. Now, when your app is already developed, it's always good to have a separate testing phase or testing stage for your app. Even if you installed it in your phone, it you will find that it's really a lot different once you start testing it. Once you focus on testing it, we don't want bad user experience when you put your app in the Play Store and then users will find bugs and then rate you. So we don't want that. So testing is very, I highly recommend testing. And you can test it yourself. For example, you can use AppTeam or the Firebase Crash Analytics. You can even use your own test scenarios. There are lots of templates online for testing scenarios and how to test your app. Or maybe you want app companies to test your app or hire freelancers, so freelance testers. And maybe you can have your friends and relatives test it. And also find what I call perfect strangers. So these are people that can test your app um, supposedly for free, or maybe you can give them something. But these are people maybe from your followers in Twitter or your friends in Facebook or from the Facebook group that you are in, and then you can post your app there and then tell them to test it for you and then give feedback. For example, maybe they encounter bugs along the way, right? Okay. So once the app is thoroughly tested and you feel like you are really comfortable with it already, so you can already deploy. So this is the app deployment, the launching and releasing of your mobile app. So when deploying, you can choose to distribute the APK or this is like the executable format or the runnable format of your mobile app. You can choose to email that or send that to people, but still, the Play Store is the best source of app downloads, especially if you want the public to use your mobile app. So you put it on Play Store. So if you don't know how to put it on Play Store, don't worry also because Google has they have these best practices. They can recommend on how you can improve your graphics. So graphics optimization, they provide you guide on how to optimize your graphics, screenshots, and videos for your store listing. And also, they recommend pre-registration campaign. So this is like your app is not yet developed, but you already have a list of people, preferably their email addresses or maybe contact numbers, but usually email addresses. They will sign up, and then once your app is already available in Play Store, you can notify them, and of course, maybe they will download it. Okay, they also recommend stage rollouts. So this one is very helpful, especially um, apps, for updates in your app. For example, you have your you have updates or the next version of your app, and then you can select a percentage of the population of your users who can receive that update. So example, 5% of the population will have your update. So this is helpful because if you have bugs in the updates, only a small percentage of the population will experience that bug, and you can have the time to fix it, and then later on roll out to a higher percentage. Okay. So they also have this managed publishing. For example, you want to set the timing of your app updates. For example, you want to set the date of the updates with an event. For example, Mother's Day event. You want your app to be updated on that day. So you can use their managed publishing. And there are apps that may be subject to expanded or longer reviews, especially those apps that targets children. Google will review that thoroughly, but they will provide you guide on how to plan and prepare for these kinds of app reviews. Okay, so once your app is out there, then of course we market it. We want people to use it. We ask our colleagues, friends, family, neighbors, everyone to download it. The more, the merrier. So, encourage them to use it. You can also use marketing intelligence like Sensor Tower or App Annie for the mobile apps. These tools will tell you how is your baby doing out there. So they will tell you your statistics, the downloads, and will even give you insights on how you can have more downloads. Of course, we provide great user experience or UX to the user, because once the user loves to use your app, they will highly recommend it to other people. And that's a form of marketing already. So you can also have keyword suggestion tool, because once you put your app there, you might find it difficult to think about the keywords. So App Tweak can help you with that, or maybe you want to use the reverse dictionary. We have one example, which is One Look. The reverse dictionary is not really, this is not an antonym. This is like providing you words that is, or words that are similar to the keyword that you are targeting. For example, your app is about water. The reverse dictionary can give you like irrigation, water bottles, or rain, something like that. So you have an idea on what keywords to use for your app. So my question is, what app will you start now? So what app idea would you like to pursue? And maybe what kind of mobile app would you like to start developing, probably later after the event or tomorrow? And I hope that this talk gives you courage to create and start creating more Android apps. So again, I'm Jollycar Jet Maranga. They call me Jet. If you have app ideas that you want to share, you can reach me here in the my email, or send me messages, and then let's see how can I help you with your idea. And I think that's all, and thank you.
Hello, 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 ma'am. Good afternoon. We are now in the Q&A portion of your talk.
Yes.
Very informative kayang talk, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's have our first question. How will you monitor the performance of the application once it is deployed?
Okay. For the performance of your app, I recommend that you don't test it after deployment. You test it on the testing phase. We have the Android Studio has a performance monitoring tool, so it's very easy to use that. It will tell you the processes that can probably choke your app. But if it's already deployed online, I mean, if it's already in the Play Store, you can still use the Firebase Crash Analytics, or probably have downloaded it in your phone and then use it using the Android Studio.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. For the next question is, what is the importance of having an emulator within the Android environment?
Okay, emulators. So I love emulators because you can jump from I mean one version to another, one Android version to another, and you can actually check how your app will behave or perform from, for example, in a Marshmallow Android phone compared to an Oreo Android phone. So you don't have to buy those phones because you already have the emulator. You can just switch from one version to another. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. For our last question is, how does mobile development will look like in the next 5 years?
Okay, I think it's very, very exciting. So I've been in the mobile app development for professionally for 6 years, I think. Yes, because I started attending trainings and doing mobile apps in 2015. I was pregnant that time. I'm the only pregnant participant. And then, but before that, there are app development trainings already years before that. And mind you, the development was very difficult, super back then. And Android Studio really is very helpful now. So I can only imagine that 5 years from now, we can make AR. Actually, we are already making ARs, right? VRs, augmented realities, virtual realities in Android apps. So I can only imagine we have interaction with hardware, more interaction with hardware, with the cloud, and of course, the security mm, should be more, um, because it's very difficult if we don't improve our security. So more improved security when developing mobile application in the next 5 years.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for a very interactive question and answer portion.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we hope to see you. Hello, hello, we're back. And for this time, we will tell you more about our official hashtags. So, our official hashtag is hashtag IWD, hashtag GDG, hashtag WTM, hashtag Courage to Create, and hashtag IWD21. So, for our prizes for this International Women's Day 2021, we have a Google Home Mini, 100 pesos worth of Grab or Food Panda voucher, 200 pesos Grab or Food Panda voucher, and 500 pesos Street Buy voucher exclusive for Mindanao participants only or area. So this is sponsored by Innovius Solutions. And also in the comment sections, there is a survey form there for Accenture. We would also like you to answer the Accenture career survey form and get a chance to win shared treat cards, gift cards, and vouchers from them. Winners of that survey will be announced via email and SMS. So the link is in the comment sections, but this is the link bit.ly/Accenture Survey 2021. So for our contest, we have a contest for this day, which is everyone is encouraged to join. We have courage to create stories. There will be three winners with that, and then hashtag IWD 2021 experience highlights. There will be also three winners for that. So for the mechanics of the contest, for hashtag courage to create stories, three winners of 300 pesos grab voucher. Wow. So for the mechanics of this contest, we want you to we want your thoughts or your stories to be heard. So just use the hashtag courage to create stories. Share with us your courage to create story or someone from the community that create positive change throughout the world. So don't forget to tag that person and tag us at WTM Manila on Facebook and Instagram with the hashtag Courage to Create and hashtag IWD Philippines 2021. Tag a friend also so they can share their story too. Next is for the highlights. So for the mechanics of the hashtag IWD 2021 highlights, which there are three winners for 200 pesos grab voucher. First is you need to accomplish the Women Take Makers International Women's Day Philippines 2021 feedback forms. So forms is in the comment section. Next is share your incredible experience during this year's International Women's Day Philippines 2021 Summit by posting a creative photo or video and make sure your post is set to public. Lastly, don't forget to tag us at WTM Manila on Facebook and Instagram with the hashtag Courage to Create and hashtag IWD Philippines 2021. So make sure to be back later for because we will have our break and later we will announce the winners for our event raffle. So be back after our water break. Thank you. Be back at 3:50. Sorry. All right. So yeah, have a
Mark Robin. I'm a full stack software engineer in Chrome Media.
Hi, I am Jessa Padrola. I'm currently the communications manager of GDG Cebu.
Hi, so my name is Frenche and I am a full stack developer.
I'm Jenny Gumolon. You can call me Jenny, the sponsorship and partnership lead of GDG Cebu.
Hi everyone, my name is James Gulyes and I am a marketing creative specialist.
Hi, my name is Francis Marie Teves and I'm the current community manager of GDG Cebu.
I've been attending nearly every event of GDG since 2016.
Since 2016?
Since 2017.
Since last year.
Since I was in college. So yeah, I think it's like more than 30 so far.
My favorite event is the Women Tech Maker Cebu 2019 since this is my first time leading an event.
Was the DevFest in 2017. Why? Because it was the first time I hosted anything in my life.
Google I/O extended.
WTM International Women's Day celebration of this year.
2017. And it's DevFest.
DevFest 2013 back in Bacolod for sure because it started everything. Even though I was there for the free shirt and the free food, but it definitely opened my interest in community work and taking new challenges and risks. So that's what DDG does. It opens you to new things that you don't know that you can actually do in the future.
I think the biggest challenge for me in tech right now is the constant stream of updates in technology. It's kind of hard to really focus on something and be updated in everything else.
As its broadness, since I don't know what field to further focus on, so yeah.
Should I be doing this or should I be doing that? Finding that clear path. And with GDG, it's becoming clearer because you get to see little things by experts, talk to them, experience what they do. And that's the cool part of being part of the community.
There are actually a lot.
My family, a lot of friends. I have a few mentors and the people I met along the way while I'm here in GDG.
Actually, from my professors in college, from people, developer relations who had, sponsored my event for I/O. Thank you guys. But, Shad and Mommy Shell, Mommy Eileen, hi, shout out.
Well, the most memorable thing right now is because of GDG, I met friends outside the country. So they recommended me to speak in an event which was in Singapore. So I was able to deliver a talk there. So that was really a nice thing for me.
GDG actually helped me expand my horizon, and it actually helped me as well to network, not just in the Philippines but outside the country as well. So right now I was able to have connections and networks and collaborations as well throughout Southeast Asia.
GDG has opened new doors for us. It has helped us create impact not just in our local people who knows GDG, but also to those who don't know the community yet. So big thumbs up to everyone involved, everyone who was involved, and to everyone who will be involved with GDG. And that's all for me. My name is Francis.
I'm Jessa Padrola.
I am James Gulyes.
I'm Jenny Gumolon.
I'm Frenche.
My name is Mark Robin. That's my story. So what's yours?
I didn't really think that there was gender parity or anything, not until I got into college when I saw that, hey, I'm the only girl here. And that was weird. I didn't really believe that only men can build things. I mean, I should be able to build things as well. I wanted to change that. That's why I wanted to help more young girls to take up courses in science, technology, engineering, and math, because I want more girls, I want more women in technology. There are a lot of gender issues in the workplace. I just want to focus on what really matters to me. And we can't do anything about what people think about us, but at least we can do something about ourselves. Maybe the worst thing that could happen if we try to focus on those things is that we get better. Well, I think if you see someone who has potential, we have to pave the way or make way or open the doors for them. These girls would just shine bright if you're there beside them or leading them.
Technology, because it's just so amazing seeing how many things are possible.
Technology is limitless. That's why I love it so much.
You'd be able to see real evolution of this world. It gives you the solution to your day-to-day problems and allows you to achieve so many things without limitations.
It makes the world a bit closer. It makes people connected.
It provides me educational resources that are necessary for my growth and development, both professionally and personally.
You can imagine that before we didn't have this much advanced technology back then, especially in the time of like cavemen.
Technology also enables me to connect to people that are far from my current place but are closer to my heart.
To make a difference, you can actually do it one bug fix at a time. It does not only make life easier, but it also makes life worth living.
And things are moving so quickly that things that weren't possible like 5 years ago are like really possible and really popular today.
By loving technology, what I am doing is that I am bridging the gap between non-tech and tech-related individuals.
I make sure that the IT system of our partners are safe and secure.
My curiosity for technology, I can do more with computer, and began learning more about it. And from there, I developed the passion.
My career in tech is actually multiple. I am a community builder at Google Developers Group Cebu. I'm a freelance tech host, but every day I work as a software engineer. I've chosen this path so that I could be a witness of what the world was, what the world is, and what this world could be. I am an IT student, gearing as an IT professional.
I really wanted to make things that people used, things that mattered, things that people enjoyed or helped them.
I volunteer for GDG Cebu in every events that we actually organize.
To code, to actually design, and to make people happy. That's one of the things that I like about my job.
I'm a graduate student at the University of Southern California, where I'm, pursuing my graduate degree in computer science, specializing specifically in data science.
I am a woman tech maker.
I am a woman tech maker.
I'm a woman tech maker.
I'm a woman tech maker.
I am a woman tech maker.
I am a woman tech maker.
Hello, and we're back for the International Women's Day 2021. Oh, so all right. So hello everyone. Later on we will be meeting our next speaker for this afternoon session. But before that, let us um know more for the raffle later. So let me read again the prizes. The raffle winners will be winning a Google Home Mini, 100 pesos Grab or Food Panda voucher, 200 pesos Grab or Food Panda voucher, and a 500 pesos Street Buy voucher exclusive for Mindanao area only, sponsored by Innovius Solutions Incorporation. And also, we would like you to answer the Accenture Career Survey form and get a chance to win shared treat gift cards and vouchers. Winners will be announced via email or SMS. So the survey form link is bit.ly/ Accenture Survey 2021. So for the contest, we have two contests, which is the hashtag Courage to Create Stories and hashtag IWD IWD 2021 Experience Highlights. So for the first contest, we have the hashtag Courage to Create Stories. We want to hear your hashtag Courage to Create Stories. First, share with us your hashtag Courage to Create Story or someone from the community that create positive change throughout the world. Don't forget to tag that person and us at WTM Manila on Facebook and Instagram with the hashtag Courage to Create and hashtag IWD Philippines 2021. And also tag your friends so they can share their story too. For the hashtag IWD 2021 experience highlights, you need to accomplish the feedback form, which is in the comment section, and also share your incredible experiences during this year's International Women's Day 2021. So you need to post a creative photo, a video, and make sure that your post is set to public. Don't forget to tag us at WTM Manila on Facebook and Instagram. And don't forget our hashtags, hashtag Courage to Create and hashtag IWD 20, Philippines 2021. And later on, we will be announcing the winners for our event raffle. So for the Google Home Mini and the Grab and Food Panda vouchers from our sponsors. So let's start. We will be knowing our next speaker for this session. Okay, our next speaker will be talking about passing the TensorFlow developer exam. She is a science research specialist at the Philippine Space Agency, Miss Lois Ann Lial. Lois enjoys working on computer vision projects as a science research specialist at the Philippine Space Agency. Her main goal is to contribute to the innovations in the intersection of artificial intelligence and space technologies. She also advocates the use of AI to create societal impact by volunteering as a machine learning engineer at Omdana along with other engineers all over the world. Wow! So please help me welcome Miss Lois Ann Leal. Virtual a round of applause, please.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. I think I'm audible. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And thank you for the host for inviting me to speak today, the Google Developers Group, and the Women Tech Makers for the celebration of the International Women's Day. And I'm Louisa Leal, as they introduced me. You can call me Lois. Some people call me Lois. And I'm from the Philippine Space Agency. I'm working there in the AI and computer vision projects. And I also volunteer in GDG Cloud Manila. So there's a wave there to the GDG family. And yes, I will be talking today about my experience in passing the TensorFlow developer exam. After I pass this exam, there are people asking me that they want to take it too, and what might be my advice, what are the hacks, you could call it like that, in passing this exam. And I want to approach this talk as that thing, like some people asking me, and I will be giving out general advice how to pass this TensorFlow developer exam. And it's an exam by Google, of course. So before we dive into the exam itself, I think it would be great if we know what is TensorFlow first, to just have some background in the general audience. So what is TensorFlow? TensorFlow, it's an open source platform for machine learning, so other developers can also contribute to it. Uh, if you heard of AI, or if you're a machine learning enthusiast, or you do machine learning or deep learning in your career, it's a tool that you must have in your toolkit, right? So it's for researchers to push the state of the art in ML, and it's not just for research; it's also for industry professionals to easily build and deploy ML-powered applications. So let's dive in. Before I do something, I tend to establish first the why. And I think taking this exam is very important to establish what is your why in taking the exam. So these are the reasons in the website. You can see the benefits. You will be learning something new, increasing your proficiency in machine learning. And that's pretty important if you're a machine learning engineer or researcher, etc. And of course, you will be receiving community recognition because you will have certificates in that. And you will be added to this called TensorFlow Developer Community Network, something like that, that you will see later on. And of course, you can showcase your skills, saying that yes, I passed this kind of exam that tests me on different things. So the next would be the reasons of other people that I've seen across the internet. So I've seen people their whys and what. So one reason to take it would be uh, there's a community out there. There's a lot of people using it, and it's a very incredible technology for AI. So this chart that I'm showing, it's the Stack Overflow trends, and you can see it's updated till 2021. And TensorFlow is compared to PyTorch and scikit-learn. And you can see that this is the percentage of Stack Overflow questions. So you can see the margin, the TensorFlow is leading here. And for hiring, for people listing in their companies that they want people to have this kind of tool, to know this tool, you can see here in May 2020 of Hacker News hiring trends, that is also compared to PyTorch and Keras, which are some of the tools also used in AI. And we can see here that it's also leading by that margin. So it's pretty important tool to have in your toolkit. So that's for the industry. Now for the research, you can see that the number of papers from arXiv mentioning the given framework. When it comes to research industry, though, there's kind of competition between TensorFlow and PyTorch, but nonetheless, we can see that TensorFlow is there competing at the top. So it's an important toolkit if you're doing research on AI. And these are the reasons I found people using in the web and not. And the next would be my reasons taking it. So what is my reason for taking the TensorFlow developer exam? And like this, like the theme of today's celebration, Courage to Create, I chose to take it as a challenge because it challenges me. I love the thrill. I love that kind of thing. And it's also a motivation to actively study TensorFlow. Just to share, I actually made this 4-month self-study in AI, and I picked this TensorFlow developer exam as one of my checkpoints in studying. And I said actively study because, of course, you can do it possibly. So I chose it to study actively. And of course, this is the thing that I'm talking about a while ago, the TensorFlow certificate network. So if you pass it, you will be included in that network and the TensorFlow developer site. And it's good for people looking for developers, for example, within the region here in the Philippines, to see if they're looking, they want to hire people who's knowledgeable at TensorFlow, they can find you there. So that's also a benefit. And I find it thrilling because, we have the step one reaching the Mount Everest, the first person to go to this thing. So this one is like, I want to be like the sixth person to pass this exam in the Philippines. And if I'm not mistaken, and there are only 7 people in the Philippines who passed the exam now. Maybe it's updated a day ago, but when I captured it, there's only 7 people. And I think that would be thrilling if you would be like, want to be the 8th person or the 9th person joining this uh, thing. So we have the why, right? We have it settled. Now let's go to the what. What is this TensorFlow developer exam exactly? Because we've been talking about it, right? So the TensorFlow developer exam, it's a level 1. That should be emphasized, I think. It's a level 1 certificate exam that tests a developer's foundational knowledge of integrating machine learning into tools and applications. So I think the level 1 should be emphasized, but it should not be underestimated nor overestimated. That's why we're here to see what the exam is all about, to just set our expectations and to avoid that kind of thing. That over preparation is good, I think, but under preparation is something that we don't want to do. Uh, just knowing that it's just a level 1 exam, so we don't want that. And it requires an understanding of building TensorFlow models using computer vision, convolutional neural networks or CNNs, NLP, and real-world data and strategies. So when I took the exam, or before I take the exam, I set my expectations, of course. And if I will be putting it in a nutshell in one sentence, I would say that it's a hands-on type, which can be taken online and needed to be finished in a 5 hour time limit. So that feels thrilling, and it's kind of compressed, right? So let's elaborate about it. So it's a hands-on and online exam. Therefore, you will be asked to have your environment ready. And don't fret, there's a detailed instruction for setting up the environment for the exam. So I have this in the screen. You can scan the QR code to view the document. So this is the title page of the document, and follow this document very closely. Double check, especially the versions of the dependencies needed to be installed, and breathe, right? I actually can count how many times I have done that, especially the week that I will be taking the exam. So we don't want any uh, surprise stuff to happen. So these are the major platforms that I use. I use the Google Colab and PyCharm 2020.2. The use of Google's Colab is not mandatory, but recommended to take advantage of the free GPU that they're offering. This information is also in the guide, so it's not really leaking anything. This also became a need for me because my old laptop hangs and takes some time in training neural nets. On the other hand, the specific version to be used for the PyCharm IDE is very important. Make sure it's 2020.2 as of this writing, and by following the instructions closely in that document, I didn't experience any problems or errors while taking the exam. That's, I think, one of the things that overwhelms me. Like, what if I encounter some problems? But don't worry if you follow it very closely. And actually, there's a document when you're taking the exam. They'll give you a document of the possible problems and the possible solutions for it. So it's pretty nice that case. So it's hands-on. It's an online exam, and you can only have 5 hours for 5 problems, and of course there's no extensions. So the problems along with the other information, which is enough to let you know what you have to do, will be given in the exam environment to be installed in PyCharm. So it's going to be installed there. And there are 2 cases by which the exam can end. First, if you still have time left, you can press that end exam button as seen in the screen. And if you have no time left, it will be automatically end. It will automatically end, and your progress will be considered, all of it. So in my case, I ended it with some minutes left because I kind of took my time in perfecting, you can say that, this exam, because there's one number, I think it's the fourth one. I want to perfect it, but with regards to the first 4 problems, I finished it like 1.5 hours, and you'll know your uh, you'll know if your model is good enough. In my case, I'm saying perfecting because you can see the score, like 5/5, 4/5, like that. So yes, you will know how good your model is so far. You will be passing that model. And like any Google exam, you also have to pay for it, and you'll need to register. So the exam costs $100, and that's around 4,800 something when I took it. So you can pay for it and take the exam later, but beware of the expiration of the access upon payment. You have 6 months from the date of purchasing the exam before the purchase expires. So you can see here, I'm flashing some part of the TensorFlow website. So you can see this, the details when you click the begin the exam. So don't worry, clicking that button wouldn't start the clock ticking for your exam, despite it named as begin the exam, because you actually haven't paid yet, right? So, oops. So if you click it, you will see this thing. So you can see the preparation of taking the exam. It will lead you to some files that will help you. Of course, you need to ready your ID. Here you can pay for it. And in my case of paying for it, I used debit cards, but the first debit cards that I used wasn't really accepted. So I used some other digital debit cards, and they accepted it. Oh, if you're having problems in paying the exam, they offer also TensorFlow education stipend. And there are 2 choices by which you can get their stipend. The first one would be it covers only the exam stipend. The exam stipend covers only 50%, so that would be $50, like 2,500 something. And the second one is the exam stipend plus the full access to deep learning AI TensorFlow developer professional certificate. So just a take note that you should apply for this stipend early because it will take 4 to 6 weeks to get the results of your stipend application. And yes, results, because it will depend on your application if you will be given the stipend or not. And in the application form, you will answer various questions, like it's an essay type where they will base their decision. And if you made it, if you acquired the stipend, you must also take note of the expiration of the access. So for more details, just scan the QR code here, as flash in the screen. And if the exam cost won't be a problem, but taking the course might be, there's another way. That's through Coursera, through their financial aid feature. And this financial aid takes 15 days to be approved. And after being approved, it's valid for 180 days. So that's 6 months after your application was approved. So yeah, there we have it. What is it and the things about it. And the next that I want to discuss about is, of course, the preparation. How did I prepare that I made it this far? The next screen would be kind of chaotic picture. This is like my calendar there. I started preparing for it in November 27, and then I took the test by December 31. So that's pretty holidays season, and of course December 31 would be New Year's Eve. So that's pretty fun and exciting at the same time that I'm taking the test December 31 and New Year's Eve. So yeah, and these are the main resources that I used. So the best way to know the coverage of the exam is through the dedicated website for it. There are many things in there. So this is one of the things that sits on top of it all, the candidate handbook. So I can emphasize that further. I have read this many times while starting, preparing, and even right before the exam. This is like the battle plan being handed to you because it contains the skills checklist that we will see later. So this candidate handbook, just a note, this candidate handbook along with the other materials is being updated from time to time. So you can see here it's updated last October 26th. So just make sure you're reading the latest version that you can find in your website. And if you're fond of reading blogs, just make sure that to see what version they are using because might be that it's not updated. So this is the skills checklist. You'll find it in the document. So the first one would be the TensorFlow developer skills. So you need to have or you need to know Python, how to resolve Python issues, compile. Those are pretty general stuff. And how to find information in the TensorFlow APIs, and debug, investigate, and solve error messages. So it's pretty general. And for the ML part is like how to create models where the model size is reasonable for the problem being solved. You don't want to use 100 layers in the exams. So that's a no-no. So that's one skill that this exam test. So you need to know how to save the ML models and check the model file size and understand the compatibility discrepancies between the different versions of TensorFlow. Because TensorFlow 1, if you see, TensorFlow 1 is very different from TensorFlow 2, and this exam is on TensorFlow 2. So you don't want to know TensorFlow 1 and take this exam just to find out that it actually requires TensorFlow 2. And this one is pretty general in the machine learning part. So you need to use, of course, TensorFlow 2.x and build, compile the sequential models. You have to know how to build and train models for binary classification, multi-class classification, how the plots that you will be using, uh, what else? The use of pre-trained models or transfer learning, and ensure that the inputs to a model are in the correct shape. So those are pretty general for the machine learning part. And it has some, in this one, you have to understand the batch loading as an example, the callbacks. I think that's pretty useful in the exam. And the different data sets from different sources. It might be given to you or it might be built in from Keras. And the data sets, you need to know how to handle different formats. You can have JSON and CSV. And sometimes while preparing, it's just a preparation that I encountered an image stored in CSV file. So that's kind of freakish, right? So the next parts would be narrowed down to some applications. Here is like in computer vision, it tests on the image classification part. So you need to know how to build models using Con2D and the pooling layers. and you have to know how to train and build these models, and of course the sizes, that's important, and the image augmentation to prevent overfitting, and this image data generator that you can find in TensorFlow. And then you can also have another application from NLP. So this one example, just how to prepare. You need to know how to prepare your data to feed on these models. And we have binary categorization, multi-class categorization. It's all. You will also build models using LSTMs, RNN, GRU, and CNNs. And you should also know how to train LSTMs, like for the generation application. So you also have time series like the RNN, CNNs, and of course the error, uh, the mean average error, and how can it be used to evaluate accuracy. So these things that I'm talking about, the skills checklist, you can find it on the document. And I actually pretty use this very well. I printed it out. I put some notes in it, what might be the resources that I will be using in it, because I want to check that every bullet in it, I know how to do them and I'm confident to do them. So I think that's pretty important. And if the candidate handbook is your battle plan, this is your battle plan details. So this is the second resource that I use. This is the Deep Learning AI TensorFlow Developer Professional Certificate from Coursera. So trust me, if you have completed this, if you have coded this, uh, have religiously studied this, or really know this, you will certainly pass the exam. And this is written in the notes in that course. It said that this program can help you prepare for this exam. So I keep repeating this really because I want to stress that if you don't have much time and you know the concepts, the theoretical concepts of deep learning for simple regression, computer vision, NLP, and time series, and you just need to learn TensorFlow, how to do that, how to do those things, just take this resource. And of course, the platform to complete the holy grail of the exam, you must know PyCharm. So we do not want to take the exam and be surprised by the environment that will be used. So that would be like catastrophe. So the question is, do you need to be a pro using PyCharm? Certainly not needed, but if you want, there's no one stopping you. The thing is that I actually haven't used PyCharm before the exam. So I just listed the things that I needed to know. I listed setting up the environment in PyCharm, knowing how to run a program in it, and making myself really comfortable. So this part from JetBrains PyCharm tutorials, I find this really helpful. So if for installation, if you're an Ubuntu users, uh, if you're an Ubuntu user, you can easily install it. So these are, I will just run through the supporting materials. So you can also get this thing, the hands-on machine learning with scikit-learn Keras and TensorFlow second edition by Aurelian Gueron. It's a pretty awesome book. If you're gonna use one book to learn from classical machine learning to neural nets, it's pretty exciting book. So you can have this as your supporting materials. The second would be the MIT Deep Learning 6.S191. You can see it in their website. These are the example topics that is covered in there. And of course, been there, done that. Learning and listening to people who have done the exam is such a great thing to do. And these are some blog articles that I found really helpful. So you can have Daniel Burke's Medium post. You can have Viren's Medium post and the other one. So the thing is that this is one thing that will increase much of your chances. Practice, practice, practice. Repeat. I can't count how many times I've practiced coding myself the exercises that you can find in the TensorFlow professional certificate. And yeah, just practice. It's not necessary to do it the way I did because that's kind of exhaustive. But uh, when I was doing the exam, I think myself for preparing that way. And because of that, it worked. That's why I'm speaking in front of you, right? And lo and behold, I passed the exam. And right after you click that end exam button, you will receive the it's not the certificate. You will receive the email telling you if you passed the exam or not. So this is a snapshot of the email that I received. And after less than 2 weeks, I received my certificate and I saw my profile being added to the TensorFlow certificate network. So this is an interesting place again where people looking for TensorFlow developers can find you. And yeah, so this will be the code that I want to leave. Learning just never stops. Passing the exam before New Year's Eve, like December 31, added up to my excitement and the celebration going around. It's a good year ender. And the day after that, I started a new chapter for 2021. And again, as of this writing, I'm working on AI computer vision projects. It helped me a lot. And yeah, learning just never stops. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Hi, Miss Lois. Thank you for your for sharing your experience in passing the TensorFlow developer exam. Now we just have a few questions for you to answer. Okay, the first one
Sure.
is, what is the most difficult part of the exam?
The most difficult part of the exam, I think, if the process would be, it's the preparation, but in the exam itself, I think it's the building of the models, and you have to make sure that the models pass their standard uh, scores. Like, I think if your models would be like 2/5, you're kind of pretty in danger, right? So
Yeah.
you have to know to how to create models that would pass their standards.
Okay, for our next question, is the TensorFlow developer certification worth it? What are the advantages of having this certificate?
I think the answer for this question is depending on the person taking it. So if you're like a starter, I think uh, if you're a starter and you're looking for a job, of course, the recruiter wants to know your capabilities, and this is, I think, one way to showcase that you know how to build these models and you passed it. You passed the Google standard for this level one certificate. So I think it's worth it in that case. But if you're like a pro, you can do it, or you can just do it for fun, right?
Yeah.
And what are the advantages of having the certificate? I think that answer covers it.
Yeah. Next question, please. Just curious, what are the current researches the Philippines is actively working on right now?
The current research in the Philippines, I think this question is pointing towards the AI research, right? Mm, there are different research in the Philippines. If we would do it in the application, there are research in computer vision. I've seen universities doing research in computer vision in the field of medical science. There are also research in Earth observation. You can have that. And there's also research ongoing in some universities in NLP and chatbots and other things.
Okay. Um. Uh. Thanks, Louis. Great presentation. Just would like to ask if I can use my codes as reference for the exam.
Yes, you can surely use it. Actually, it's written in their website that you can use anything that you want to use. Just take note that there's a 5 hour time limit, so you cannot study there, of course.
Do we have more questions? Oh. Available po ba for download ang speaker deck slides?
Oh, I think the host. I can give the slide to the host, and maybe they can give it. I'm not sure. I think this is a question for the host.
Oh, sorry. Okay, that would be all, Miss Lewis. Thank you for sharing your experience with us.
Thank you too. It's my pleasure.
Our next speaker for today will be talking about explainable AI in G Cloud. He is a Google developer expert in machine learning and a curious machine learning engineer who is passionate about technology, learning new things, and sharing ideas with others. She strongly believes in the power of ideas to shape a better world, and in that spirit, actively contributes her knowledge through blogs, tech talks, and workshops. She was also a mentor thrice at Google's Women Developer Academy. She holds a BSCE and currently works for Red Buffer, a machine learning and AI software services company based out of Islamabad, Pakistan. Let's all welcome Google developer expert Islamabad and senior machine learning engineer in Red Buffer, Aksa Kuzar.
Hello, everyone. This is Aksa Joseph. Um, so today's session is on explainable AI in JCloud. And this is about about understanding um, how to interpret the machine learning's famous black box, right? But before we dive in a little bit more about myself, so I'm a senior machine learning engineer at Red Buffer. I am also a Google developer expert in machine learning, and I am a tech blogger on Medium. So what we'll discuss in today's session would start with what is explainability really, why it is important, and where does it really fit in the machine learning workflow. And depending on time, we'll walk through an explainable AI example as well. So with time, we have seen that there have been a lot of advancement in machine learning. We are now building way more complex models than we were about 5, 6, 10 years ago, right? So it started with initially we had rule-based programs, and then we started building linear models and decision trees, and then we moved on to deep learning, deep models and ensembles, and quite recently we've started building meta learning models where you basically have one model that creates another model. So with time, the complexity of the models has increased. And at the same time, this also means that the models have become more opaque and more difficult to uh, for practitioners and researchers to understand, right? It has become more difficult to understand why the models are making certain predictions and why they're making the prediction that they're making. Why is the model calling a cat, and why is it calling a dog? And when it's not performing that way, um, what does the model see that gives us the false prediction signals, right? Um, with more complexity over the years, we have also seen that um, the models have become more expressive. So when I say more expressive, I mean to say that we have a lot of domains that we are covering now. So we have forecasting, we have self-driving cars, and at the same time, the models have become more versatile. So when I say versatility, I basically mean to say that uh, so in the sense of versatile, like there are more data modalities that we have unlocked, right? We're not just dealing with text or speech anymore. We're also dealing with models that take both text and speech, or they take text and vision. So there are combinations of these the data combinations that we have unlocked, and we've also worked on making the models more adaptable. So we have transfer learning now that's widely used, and we can train models that have less data. And we can use transfer learning to basically transfer knowledge from a larger model that was trained on a larger data to smaller models that we want to train with smaller data sets. And there has also been an increase in efficiency. We even have efficient hardware now, for example, TensorFlow TPUs, which are designed to perform well on TensorFlow models. But with all of these, as I said earlier, that the models have become more opaque as well and harder for, because of the increased complexity, it has become harder to uh, uh, understand how model predictions are really working, how the model is really working inside to give out the predictions that it's giving. And this is exactly where explainability jumps in. Explainability is the ability to explain or to present in understandable terms to a human, right? In simpler terms, what is explainability is that it is the process of understanding how and why a machine learning model is making predictions. Why is it making the predictions that it's making, right? And the same examples, that why is it calling a cat, and why is it calling a dog? What is it really learning that helps it to differentiate between the two? And explainability is important for both model builders and model end users. It is really important for model builders to be able to understand their model behavior, because this would help them improve their model, right, and increase the model performance. And model end users, we have a lot of people who, for example, outsource a problem, and they do not have the technical knowledge of it, but they want to understand how the model is performing and why is it making certain predictions. And it helps them to build trust in that model. So it is also important for model end users and not just model builders. So what does explainability look like for image models? So for example, we have a model, a classification model that classifies different images. And here we can see that we have a bird in the first image. And the second image is what explainability would return to us. So what it returns is that it returns the signal, the pixels of the image that basically signal the most towards the model output. If the model is calling this a bird, which pixels in the image basically contributed the most towards that prediction? So explainable AI would return us an image like this, and we would be able to verify that whether or not the model is looking at the right features for the prediction. For example, if we can see here that it has highlighted the beak, and the general shape of the bird has contributed to the prediction, and this is a correct learning of the model. But for example, if instead of this, the pixels highlighted were pixels in the background, in that case, we would know that the model is learning incorrect features from the image. And it's not, and we can use that as a feedback, and we can use it to basically improve the model, to retrain the model, to gather more data, to understand what things in the background are basically confusing the model in the predictions. And we can use all of that information to build a better model. So what does explainability look like for text models? So for text models, for example, we are classifying sentences into different types. And for example, one of those types is action sentence, right? And we can see what explainability would do in this case is would give you pieces of information such as these words that it believes are contributing the most towards the predicted label action. So in this case, we have mission and learns and kill, and these words are contributing the most towards the predicted label, which is the action. And especially in case of natural language processing, it's always very important to be able to understand how the text is contributing to the prediction, because natural language processing is very tricky in that sense that it's harder to understand uh, what pieces of text or what groups of text or what combinations of text in the sentences are contributing to the predictions. At the same time, we can also use this to understand model bias, right? If a model is biased towards a certain group, for example, I have a classification model that classifies sentences into positive and negative sentences. And for example, I have two examples. The first one is I like Liverpool, and the second one is I like FC Barcelona. Now, in this case, Liverpool and FC Barcelona are both called identity term. An identity term in this case shouldn't have a weight. It shouldn't be contributing to the model output. What should be contributing to the model output are words like, right? Are words such as like or love. So in this case, if we would expect that if the model has learned things right, the model should be performing similar on both the sentences. But if there is a massive difference in how the model is performing in both of those sentences, then in that case, we can know that the model is biased towards a certain group. For example, we get positive prediction for I like Liverpool, but we get negative prediction for I like FC Barcelona. So in that case, we would know that the model is negatively biased towards FC Barcelona, the group FC Barcelona, and it's learning from identity terms, but shouldn't be the case. So these things basically help you also in AI fairness, where you are able to see that whether or not your model is performing fairly towards all groups. So coming to tabular models, and so for example, we have a classification, a regression model, which basically uses certain features, for example, maximum temperature, weekday, start hour, etc., and it gives out a prediction for how long the bike ride has been, right? How long did the user ride the bike based on these certain features. So in this case, we can what explainability returns is a tabular information like this, where it gives out feature importance levels. So we can see that maximum temperature has a negative attribution value of negative 2.5. And we can see that temperature has it of negative 0.4, starter has it of negative 0.6. And what this does is that it gives an information that maximum temperature negatively affects the time duration of the bike ride. So as the maximum temperature increases, the duration of the bike ride generally decreases in the data set and in the prediction of the models. So this is how the explainability basically works for tabular data. So why is explainability important to model and users? So especially in case of medical images and applying artificial intelligence, machine learning in medical cases, it is very important that doctors are able to trust that system, right? And for example, we have on the top left, we can see a retina image, and a data set of retina images was used for classification of the risk level Diabetic retinopathy is basically a disease that can be diagnosed using retina images. So a classification, we can use a data set of retina images to basically build a classification model that would tell us the level of diabetic retinopathy in the patient. Right? It could be weak, it could be low, it could be mild risk level, it could be high risk level, and in this case, in that case, it not just giving an input image and getting an output from the model matters, but what also matters is that the doctor would want to know that why did this model uh, predict mild risk level for an image, or low risk level for an image, or a high risk level for an image. And this is how the doctors would be able to build trust with that model, right, before it goes out completely into production. And here we can see that this, in this image, the predicted label is mild risk level. And we can see that explainable AI has highlighted these regions, these pixels that have caused it, that have signaled toward the model prediction being mild risk level. And this can basically help in a lot of other cases as well, and not just medical, but wherever it is vital for the model end users to understand why the model is making a certain prediction, and where ever in cases that it is important that the model is verified in such way, then it becomes important. Explainable AI plays a vital role there. It can also be used in cases, for example, when you're getting movie recommendations, to tell you which previous movies that you have watched basically led to the current movie suggestion. Why is explainability important? So normally, accuracy is a pretty good measure of evaluation, right? When we have high accuracy, we tend to say that the model is performing really well. And we have low accuracy, we tend to say that the model is not performing so well. But accuracy is only one piece of model evaluation. For example, there was a data set of X-rays that was used, and a model was trained for diagnosis using those X-ray images, and the model performed really well. Right? You had like accuracy in 90s, and the model was performing really well. But when they went deep down to see how the model is performing this well, why is it making the predictions that it's making, they were able to debug that the model is not just looking at the X-ray images, but what the model is doing is that it's learning from the doctor annotations on those X-ray images. So it's not learning and the right features, even though it is giving very high accuracy, but the performance of the model and the behavior of the model is still buggy, and because it's learning from the wrong features in the images. So these kinds of bugs and these kinds of flaws and loopholes in a model, these can be picked out using explainability. So having a summary here of why explainability is important. For model builders, it is important to identify bias in the model's behavior, to understand how the data set influences model output, what features in images contribute the most towards the model predictions, what features are the most important in tabular data, which features are negatively or positively increasing or decreasing basically the model output predictions in tabular data, which words are influencing the model predictions the most in text data. And all of these things basically would help you to understand your model behavior, and the information that you understand and the knowledge that you get from that can be used to improve model performance. So for model end users, it becomes important because it helps the users to explain why an individual data point received a particular prediction. And that's basically what the model users are concerned with. They're not concerned with the technical background of that application or that system, but what they are concerned with is what they're seeing um, as the output the relevance of that, the confidence in that output, um, uh, basically verifying that output of whether or not it's the right output, whether or not it's learning the right things, whether or not it's the model is pointing towards the right things in text, image, tabular data. And all of this basically helps the end model end users to understand model behavior as a whole and to build more trust in the system. And this becomes especially important when you're dealing with clients and your clients don't want to just know what output the model is giving, but they also want to understand model behavior as a whole and to understand how the model is learning. And it becomes critical in that area as well. So the basic machine learning cycle basically starts with you gather and you pre-process data, you build model, you run training and evaluation, you deploy that model, you make predictions. And explainability basically doesn't plug into just one area. It, as a whole, it plugs into multiple areas in this life cycle. So it can help you identify dataset imbalances. In explainability, there's also a what if tool, which can be used easily to identify dataset imbalances. It can also help you to ensure your model is treating all groups fairly. So as we saw earlier with the Liverpool and FC Barcelona example, you can use explainability to understand and to see and to verify that your model is treating all groups fairly. And you can also use it to set prediction thresholds. So for example, if I have a classification model for a cats and dogs classifier, then in that case, maybe if the model is 80% confident, then I would like it to say that it's a cat. And in that case, 80% is fine, 80% threshold. But for example, if I am training a model for cancer, right, to diagnose cancer in patients, in that case, I wouldn't just want 80%. I would want the model to be really, really accurate, and I would want good precision in that case. And in that case, because I wouldn't want someone to be misdiagnosed with cancer, right? So these, above 90% or 80%, these are prediction. These can set prediction thresholds for you, and you can adjust these using explainability. Explainability in as a whole, and the most important basically feature of explainability and importance, it lies in understanding model behavior, especially on real data. So when we are training models, we are validating our models. We are using the training data, which is pre-processed, which is clean, and in a lot of cases, when we take that model, it's performing really well on the training data, on the validation side. And when we take it out and we plug that model for the real data, it starts to crash and it starts to perform badly. So we can use explainability to basically understand model behavior on the real data and to understand how the model is behaving differently for the training data and for the real data. And this would basically help us gain knowledge of what needs to be improved in to help the model perform better on the real data. And then surface prediction analysis to end users, like we've mentioned that for people who do not have technical knowledge, it helps them gain more confidence in the model by seeing why the model is making certain predictions. And this obviously is not a one-time process, it's an iterative process. So you identify dataset imbalances, you do all of these, you ensure your model is performing fairly, and wherever in this cycle you find flaws in your model, you fix them, and then you reiterate through all of this, right? Now, how can you do this on GCP? So GCP has a lot of features. There are ML APIs, which are pre-trained for models with a single REST API request. There are AutoML, which are train and serve custom models. So no model code is required. These are basically, for example, Google Vision API, Google Natural Language Processing API. All of those come under AutoML. Then we have BigQuery machine learning. We have AI platforms where you can train your models, manage them, train them, serve those custom models, and all of the other features of GCP. Now, explainable AI currently is available at two of these places in Google Cloud Platform. The first one is AutoML tables. So where you have option for explainable AI, and you can use explainable AI to see your model behavior on tabular data. And the second is AI platform. So currently, explainable AI is available for models that are deployed on AI platform, but TensorFlow models currently for both TensorFlow 1 and TensorFlow 2, there's it's available for both. It supports both, but currently it only supports TensorFlow models. So coming to how explanations work on AutoML tables. So first, it gives out, you can have like a global um, uh, attribution values for the model, global feature importance. You can have that in global feature importance. You can see how the features overall affect the model predictions. For example, in this case, we can see that Euclidean has high feature importance in comparison to the other features. At the same time, there's instance level attribution values for the models. So for instance level, for every single data point, so for the different data points, you can see which features contributed the most towards the model prediction. And which, for example, if we are predicting duration of the bike, which features contributed the most towards the model prediction, but also which features help to increase bike duration and which features decrease bike duration in the predictions, right? So which features positively affected a bike duration and which features negatively impacted bike duration. So that you can see from here. So here we can see that this feature had a positive impact, which means that it increased, helped to increase the bike duration, and then there are features that had a negative impact, because of which the bike duration there was a negative impact on the bike duration. And as a result of all of these features combined, positive and negative impacts, we got the model prediction output that we got. And this basically helps us to debug model behavior where necessary. Explanations on AI platform. So we can use it to interpret on image, text, and tabular, all three of the models if they are TensorFlow models deployed on Cloud AI platform. And we can do this through the prediction API. So for example, here we have a flower and we have a prediction for that flower, but we can also see some pixels highlighted. So the pixels highlighted suggest that these are the pixels in the image that made the model give out the prediction that it has given. These are the pixels that contributed or signaled the most towards the model prediction. And at the same time, the instance level attribution is also integrated in what if tool, and we'll talk about what if tool is. So before that, how explanations work on AI platform: you build a model in image, in text, or tabular, and you build a TensorFlow model, and then you deploy that on your AI platform via Google Cloud or through an API. And then now you can use explainable AI directly in your notebooks. And you can also use the what if tool. So you can debug your model in a notebook using attributions from AI platform. So AI platform will return you explainable AI results and directly in your notebook, and you can use them to analyze your model performance. So at the back of explainable AI, it uses different methods to understand feature importances in the model, to understand which pixels are contributing the most, which words are contributing the most in text, etc. For each of the different instances and data points in your data set, right? And some of these methods are integrated gradients and sampled cheaply. Um, Explainable AI overall is inspired by how game theory works, where you have different where you have a team of players and they have a single goal, and but all of those players are contributing differently towards that goal. And explainable AI basically uses that inspiration, and it figures out which features are contributing most towards the goal, and the goal is prediction, the right prediction. So some of these methods are more important, are better in performance. For example, integrated gradients is better in case of image data or text data, and sample cheaply and integrated gradients both can be used for tabular data types. And when you're deploying your explainable models on AI platform, this is how it would look like. So I can run this in Google Colab. After I've trained my model, I can basically use this command and deploy my model on AI platform. So I can give it the TensorFlow version, the Python version, and if I'm using explainable AI, then I would also give it the explanation method that I want to use. So in this case, it's integrated gradient, so you would pass integrated gradient. And then you can use another command to basically get results for explanations from the model. So for example, we are building a tabular model for predicting bike trip duration. So given data on a bike trip, and we have features such as start time, day of the week, distance, we also have weather data for a given day. So we want to predict trip duration. So this demo, this is what the data would look like. You have a lot of features here, and then you have what you want to predict, which is the duration. So you would prepare the model for explanations, the required files that you need, you would send them in. There's one file that's required, which is the explanation metadata, which basically gives where you're sending the data, you're also telling your output variable, and you're giving the baseline score. So the baseline score for tabular data, there's a baseline score which against which basically the model understands feature importance. We'll see how baselines work in just a while. So you can see here that we have feature values, and the highest feature value means that this feature is contributing the most towards prediction. So distance in this case is contributing the most towards the trip duration. And negative attributions mean that this feature pushed our model's prediction duration down, and vice versa. It had a negative impact on the prediction, or it had a positive impact on the prediction. So a small quick note on baseline. So when we talk about attribution values, they are relative to something. So in this case, they are relative to our model's baseline. So the questions that you start to ask are, okay, why did X happen, right? Why did it predicted as a cat, right? Or why did the model say this is the cat? Or why did I get rejected from this loan? And why did this transaction get flagged as fraud? But when baselines enter into the picture, the questions change to why did X happen instead of Y? And in this case, Y is your baseline. And why did this transaction get flagged as fraud? Basically then becomes, why did this transaction get flagged as fraud instead of non-fraud? And the non-fraud is basically your baseline in this case. So here we can see that we have a baseline here, which is 13.61. So for all the predictions that the model would make, what explainable AI would do is that it would give an explanation of why anything apart from 13.61 is predicted, right? So in this case, if the predicted duration is 10.71, then here is an explanation of why it is 10.71 and not the baseline that you set, which is 13.61, right? And then here it's giving us attribution values, which are telling us that what caused it to move down from 13.61, what had a positive impact and was pushing it upwards. And all of these combined then give you the output 10.71. So this is what if tool looks like. Explainable AI also has a what if tool. This you can integrate directly into your Colab as well. You can pip install a what if tool widget, and then you can pass your model into it, and you will get a similar UI. So it has three main parts: data point editor, performance and features, and features. The data point editor is where you can select any data point and you would get all of the feature values here. You can edit any of the feature values and you can predict to see how changing those feature values is going to change the predictions. And so basically you create this hypothetical situation by changing the feature values, and then you see how the model would perform on this new a piece of data point, basically, hypothetically, that you have created. So what if tool is available on TensorBoard. It's also available, you can directly have it installed in Google Colab as well. You can also use it in Jupyter Notebooks or Cloud AI Platform Notebooks. You can use it for fairness measures, partial dependent plots, explore counterfactuals, threshold simulation. You can also compare two models together and you can get data set summary. So there are a lot of features available in the what if tool. So the what if tool has extra features which are only for explainable AI. So if you have explainable AI, if you're using explainable AI also in your model and you're passing that information to, so you can pass that information to your what if tool, and it would give you an additional column which will be the attribution values. So attribution values for each instance or each data point, they would give you the importance of that feature for the and its contribution, importance contribution towards the model prediction. So whatever the model predicted, it would for each of the features, it would give out how important that feature has been in this particular prediction. And you can change these values to see how the importance changes and how the prediction also changes. So building an image model for flower classification. So we're predicting, if we're predicting flower type. So here, what explanation does is that it returns the top 60% of the pixels that signal your model's prediction. And for this model, we are using explanations to debug the model and to ensure that, for example, it's picking out the right shapes. So for example, in this case, we want to be sure that we want to verify that the model is picking out the oval shape in the tulips. And in, for example, if it was picking out or it was the highlighted pixels were in the background and not on the tulips, then we would know that the model is not performing well on. And why is the model not performing well? Because it's not learning the right shapes, it's not learning the right features from the images. And it could be because of any cause, right? It could be because there's class imbalance. In that case, you can have more images for tulip, or it could be because the quality of the images isn't nice, and you can change that as well. So all of the information and the feedback that you get from explainable AI, you can use that and analyze that to basically make important decisions for model improvement. So to summarize, explainable AI can help you explain why an individual data point received a prediction, to debug odd behavior from a model. This is as I shared the example of doctor annotations being learned by the model, and the model giving high accuracy as a result. You can refine a model or data collection process. You can verify that the model's behavior is acceptable. For example, you can use the images of flowers and explainable AI on them to understand that the model is looking at the right features. It's learning the right differentiating features from the different flowers. And you can present a summary of the model. That's about it. Thank you so much. And thank you, team, for having me here. Please, if there are any questions, feel free to ask. And if you want to see some of my work, you can go to GitHub Aksa -K, and on Twitter you can find me as Aksa_K6. And you can message me for any queries or questions you may have. Thank you.
Hello, Miss. Thank you so much for the informative talk about explainable AI in Google Cloud. So for now, we will have the Q&A portion po. Okay, so for our first question, how can we utilize artificial intelligence in data analytics?
Uh, so artificial intelligence basically plays a good role in data analytics. And this is a good question because normally when you talk about data analytics, you're using a lot of doing a lot of data analysis without machine learning, right? And then after that data analysis, you're feeding the data into your machine learning models. But explainable AI is actually a good example of how AI can be used in data analytics because it helps you understand your data well, and it helps you understand how your data is contributing towards the different models, right? AI can also be used in data analysis, for example, to understand bias in your data or to understand imbalance in your data. And so there are different things that can come out of using machine learning for data analytics. It can also be used for grouping together your data and then and understanding which groups of data points in your data are similar, right? And you can group them and you can analyze them separately and you can analyze them in groups. So AI can be used in a lot of ways for data analytics. So Google
Okay.
Analytics is basically a good example of how AI is being used for data analytics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And then for our next question, if explainable AI can solve a particular bias, won't it increase bias towards other class?
So no, AI, explainable AI is not going to solve a bias in your model. So, but what it would do is it would help detect bias in your model, and you can use so once you have detected that there's bias in your model towards, for example, a certain class of flowers or towards a certain group in your text data, then you can use that information to optimize your model and you can use this information to debug your model. So it helps you understand to detect bias in your model and to debug that model, and then you would basically figure out solutions of how to solve that bias in the model. You can maybe have more data for other classes if your model is biased towards one class, or so you can look for these loopholes, and explainable AI basically helps to understand your model behavior.
I see. Thank you so much. And then for our next question, are there ways in which we can automate explainable AI such that we can use this technology to optimize our data?
So currently, there isn't a pipeline, a set pipeline that you can directly plug your model into, and it would have a feedback from the explainable AI, and that would go back into your data. So currently, it's not at that stage, but this is something that you can build. Yes, because you have explainable AI, you have your models, you would get results from explainable AI. You get them in JSON formats as well, and not just in image or text format. So you get the valuable information from explainable AI in JSON, and you could use that to write your own scripts and to help that optimize your data.
Thank you so much. For our next question, what are the key differences or contrasts between explainability and interpretability? And why are they so important for machine learning and artificial intelligence?
Hmm. So explainability is a lot with respect to connecting data and the model prediction. So what explainability is doing is it's trying to bridge that information for you. That how is the model looking at that particular image when it's saying us and it's giving out certain prediction, but it is part of machine learning interpretability as well, because when we talk about interpretability, we are also trying to understand how models are performing and how are they making the predictions that they are making. So in a lot of cases, you can think of these, I wouldn't say you can think of these as one or the other, but yes, they are related in a lot of ways, because explainable AI is like a subpart of ML interpretability. And why are they so important for machine learning and AI? They have currently become very important for machine learning and AI. With time, the importance has only increased because, like I mentioned in my session, that with time, the complexity of the model has increased. And and because of that, it has become even harder for the researchers or the end users, for example, to understand model behavior. So if the model is not performing well, there are some things that come on top of your head. You think, okay, maybe this is class imbalance, maybe the quality of the image is not nice, maybe the data set is less, but and you can try any of those things, but obviously there's also time. Time is also crucial, right? You don't always have a lot of time to try out all of the solutions that may have caused that possible problem. So in that case, what explainable AI does is that it helps narrow it down for you, and for you to help, and it helps for you to figure out where exactly the problem lies.
Okay, thank you so much. And for our last question for this session, is explainable AI mostly casuality or correlation? Casuality or correlation? Is explainable AI mostly casuality or correlation?
Okay, so in that case, I think I'd probably and explainable AI. Hello, I think there was some glitch there.
You may continue po.
Okay, so it's based on that, right? So it's based on one event. So it is based on events, and in that case, you can say that it's causality. And when we talk about correlation, it's not. I wouldn't say it's correlation, but yes, the different features um, do combine up to give an output, right? So, and that is something that's also understood by explainable AI. So it does treat the features as a team that's contributing towards a single goal, but it takes into account the different events, and in that case, we can call it causality.
All right, that's all for the Q&A portion. Thank you so much po. Miss, for the interactive Q&A portion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, so that's all for the explainable AI in Google Cloud. All right, so for this moment, this is what you've waited most for this day because we will have our raffle and prizes. But this will be facilitated by Miss Justine. But before that, let me flag the sponsors for this event. So we would like to thank the World Tech Makers chapters. This event is made possible by WTM Bacolod, Baguio, Cagayan de Oro, Cebu, Manila, Zamboanga, and powered by Google. Sponsors is co-presented by Accenture Philippines in cooperation with Innovius Solutions. And the media partners are supported by Developer Student Clubs, USDP, and What a Life PH. All right, so our prizes later for the raffle is Google Home Mini, 100 pesos Grab Food Panda voucher, 200 pesos Grab and Food Panda voucher, 500 pesos Street Buy voucher exclusive for Mindanao area only is sponsored by Innovia Solutions. And also, we would also like you to answer the Accenture's career survey form and get a chance to win share trip, gift cards, and vouchers. So the link is in the comment section. And also, don't forget to fill out our evaluation form, which is in the comment section. So, in order for you to be eligible of the raffle, you need to fill out the feedback form to get the chance to win prizes. So, click the link on the comment section. All right, and I'll be heading this session to Miss Justine. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in our event today. So we're going to have our raffle. So I hope that you already fill out the feedback form. If not, please do answer the feedback form provided in the this live. So you can find it in the chat or in the Facebook page that we posted. So first of all, we'll just recap the winners that we have earlier today. So for the, let me just share my screen. Hold on. Okay. So there. Okay, I hope you can see my screen now. Can you please show it? Uh, I think tag team, can you please add it to the stream? Thank you. Can you please confirm if you can see it? Um, all right. So again, this is the QR code for the feedback form. Please do fill out this to be counted as your entry in our raffle today. So again, congratulations to the winner for the IWD Quiz Me earlier. So we have Jade, Tech for the Win, and Jasmine. So kindly message WTM Manila or WTM Manila IG page so that you can claim your prize. Please include your name, your email, and contact number. Okay, so let's do our raffle now. Let me just check if there's new entry in the feedback form. Okay, I see another entries. Okay, let me just
add it. Okay. All right. So I think we're ready. So let me just reshare my screen. We'll do the live raffle. So there will be no um there you go. Share my screen. All right. So that's it. So we already have our names for the raffle and we'll do it now. All right. So first we have just close this one. We have 3 winners for 100 Grab or Food Panda vouchers. So our first winner for the 100 peso e-voucher is congratulations Justin Cyril Dingle. So yeah, you're the first winner for our 100 peso voucher. All right. Just copy that. Next winner is congratulations Micaela Ilagan. Okay. And then another winner for our 100 pesos Grab or Food Panda voucher is Jasmine Jane De La Paz. All right. So now let's go to our next raffle prize, which is 200 Grab or Food Panda vouchers. Okay, for our 200 peso worth of e-vouchers, so we have Hannah May Hormiguera. Okay, and then last one for this 200 peso e-voucher, we have Merla Nugas. Okay, and last but not the least is our winner for our Google Home Mini. So who's excited for this one? I'm really excited for this one because who doesn't want Google Home Mini, right? So, okay, let's do it, I guess. So our winner for our Google Home Mini is oops, I think Merla Nugas again. All right, hold on. Let me just double check our names. So I'll just remove the winners from our reviews, um, or the ones who won already. So give chance to others. Hold on. Let me just. This is- Right. Okay. All right. Let me just share my screen again. I already removed the other people who won already. Okay. Let's raffle it again. So for our Google Home Mini, our winner is Glycel June Pangka. Alright. So congratulations to our winners for our raffle. Let me just show it again so you can we can recap who won for our vouchers and our Google Home Mini. Sorry, let me just reshare again. Okay, so to wrap it up, our winners for our raffles and social media activity is the following tech team. All right, so for our quiz me, we have Jade, Tech for the Win, and Jasmine. And then we also have our IWD Philippines experience highlights. We have at Yun Lin. So that's it. And then we also have three winners for 100 Grab and Food Panda voucher. We have Justin, Cyril Dingle, Mika Ella Ilagan, Jasmine Jane de la Paz. And then for our 200 worth of Grab and Food Panda vouchers, we have Hannah May, Hormiguera, and Merla Nugas. And for our Google Home Mini, we have Glycel June Pangpa. So for those who won our raffles, kindly send us a message at WTM Manila page. So or at WTM Manila IG with your name, mobile number, and email address so that we you can claim your prize and we can process it. All right. So I think that's it for me. Again, congratulations to the winners. I hope you enjoyed the event for today. Thank you.
Okay, and congratulations to all our winners. And we're officially at the last part of the IWD 21 celebration. So, if you're still here, please comment down below. Hello, just to check if you're still here with us. Congratulations to all our winners, and thank you to all our speakers, to all our sponsors, and of course, the people behind the tech team. Like, if you can just see our chat messages, we are so happy to be having this event with you. But before I let you go, we also have another event after this, which is the virtual after party. This is where you see people party and hear awesome indie artists from different parts of the Philippines. So to close it up, let me call on Faye Tubog from WTM Zamboanga to close IWD 21. Faye?
Wow, it's indeed a Saturday Yay event. A day loaded with sumptuous new learning, which were added to the battery of our courage tank. From the first keynote, where we were encouraged to never be afraid of innovation because we ourselves design our future. We were also inspired by the succeeding speakers that we need to build ourselves to build others as well. Also, a very inspiring talk were shared to us on how to motivate ourselves, leading in a big company as young as we are, or even if we are the only women in the field. Awesome topics also were being shared during the breakout session. And of course, congratulations to all the winners during the games and the raffles. In behalf of the Women Tech Makers Cagayan de Oro, Bacolod, Manila, Baguio, Cebu, and of course Zamboanga. We thank you for participating in this event, especially to our sponsors as well and speakers. Thank you so much. And it is our pleasure to bring women in technology to limelight. Good afternoon.
Okay, hi everyone, and we're officially ending the sessions for International Women's Day Philippines 2021 Courage to Create. How are you guys? Yeah, I can't hear you guys. Are you? I think you're on mute.
Oh, sorry.
Hello. Ayun.
Yeah, we're doing fine. How about you?
Yeah, I'm very happy, especially sa winners because they are some of my colleagues. And also for the whole event because it is very informative. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it has been a great day. So thank you to all who stayed until the end. Sana all nagstay, no? But yeah, but don't leave yet. You may proceed to WTM Baguio page. We will have our online virtual party. So check that out. So to officially close, thank you so much. Hannah, can you sorry. My name is Francis Marie Teves from GDG Cebu.
My name is Joanna from GDG Cagayan de Oro.
And my name is Hannah May Harmagara from DSC USTP.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you so
joining
much,
Women
Thank you,
everyone.
Techmakers
guys.
Special Wednesday. See you in the next event. Bye everyone. See you in the
Thank
virtual
you.
party.
See you. Bye
Bye.
bye.